A very good morning from Vojens Motorsport Arena for the inaugural running of the Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy. This circuit, which has been in operation for over 60 years, measures just over 1,330 metres and has a multitude of drivers from not just the localities of both Denmark, Sweden and Norway, but we also have some drivers that have come a bit further afield to compete for one of 6 tickets for this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy that will be taking place at the Le Mans International Karting Circuit between the 14th and the 18th of July this year. And at that event, if they manage to go on and qualify for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, they will then go to the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimão between the 7th to the 14th of November. Over the course of this race weekend, we'll have 25 races in total, and it is a winner-take-all event, which means that the drivers will have to go through, respectively, 3 heats, a super heat, and then it's winner-take-all in the finals tomorrow afternoon. More to the point, a big welcome to everyone watching along on the official Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. The timetable is in the description down below, along with our live timing and results links as well. There is the timetable up until race 12 of the meeting, which is Heat 3 for Minimax, but Micromax, our youngest competitors, will be kicking off the action with a 7-minute plus an additional lap heat. And Minimax will also go for the same duration, but Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Their heats will take place over a duration of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And we do have a variety of different nations that have ventured here to Vojens Motorsport Arena, which is about an hour south of Billund International Airport, just outside of the global headquarters of Lego. So we do have drivers competing from Denmark, Norway, Germany, Switzerland, the UK via way of Ireland, and Sweden, as there are our youngest drivers in the Micromax division, of which we do have 6 drivers taking part. As you can see, it's more than a bit blustery out here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. We have had some sunshine a little bit earlier on this morning. The wind has picked up, so there's a little bit of overcast clouding up ahead. But yesterday afternoon, we did have our respective 5-minute qualifying sessions with everyone trying to get their best lap time down possible. And with regards to the amount of entries that we've got for this event here for the RMC Viking Trophy, we will also be handing out some one-off Viking helmet style trophies to our top 3 in the divisions, and also with our winners taking a ticket to Le Mans this year. And this particular circuit does have its own fair share of challenges, especially with the double right-hander just after the start-finish straight, meaning that the drivers have to be fully committed. And then a very adverse camber to the right-hand side, turn 3, which is the first of 4 major hairpins on the circuit. The longer 2 will be at the final sector before they head into a right-hander and then go through a small chicane before applying the power fully. So if you are watching along on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, please don't forget to subscribe, because then you'll be able to activate within 10 minutes the chat function. So if you are watching along from home, thank you so much for joining us here. And please show your support to whoever drivers that you are keeping your keen eye on. So if you do have this on the big TV screen at home, you can get out your tablet, laptop, maybe even your smartphone, and click on the live timing link, and that will then also at the bottom of it have all the relevant information that we see here at the circuit, along with the results page. But in terms of the drivers that secured the respective pole positions, it was the number 16 of Kian Hay that took pole position in Micromax yesterday. Unfortunately, Liam Nguyen and Willard Nielsen did find themselves that they're going to have to start at the back end of the field, and the main reason being is that they were found to be technically non-compliant in terms of the kart post the session, so were put to the back of the grid. In Minimax, we also had an exclusion from the session. That was Germany's Tim Hansler in the 114. Mikkel Gottschalk for RS Competition in the 144 took pole position in Minimax. In the juniors, it was a lockout by the Danes in the top 3. Covered by a 10th and a half, with William Stedman Nielsen in the 237 on the Tony kart taking the fastest lap in qualifying. In seniors, it was One Racing's Senior On-Ball in the number 372 that took pole position by a 10th and a half, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters. William Norbeek, the only driver in the DD2 class that managed to get underneath a 57-second lap time, took pole in DD2. And Morten Jensen in the 543 on the gold chassis would take pole in DD2 Masters. So it won't be long before the mechanics are instructed to move away from the dummy grid and let the drivers focus in on the task at hand, which is to be the fastest driver out there, and more importantly, the higher up the order you are, the better your chance of being on the front row or even pole position for tomorrow's super heats will be very, very much needed. We will be running to probably about 25 to 6 this evening. and that is based on the schedule running to time. There will be a short break between heats 2 and 3 later on, but then we'll also, after the first 5 heats today, we will have the customary lunch break so everyone can get refueled and refreshed, ready for the afternoon. So with regards to the partners, we've got the likes of Pokal Denmark, Huddersfield Commune, Vojens Karting Club, which is obviously based out of this circuit, and also the assistance of Vojens Motorsport Arena. A big thank you to the team at Camp Company GmbH, who are providing services such as live timing, live streaming, and also race control. So a big thank you to their team and their assistants. So just looking on the grid at the moment, William Nguyen just making it in time with about 2 minutes to spare. So Liam now jumping into the kart in the number 25. Pole position will be on the right-hand side of the circuit. So they will. The likes of Kian Hay, Chloe Melling Sorensen, and Liam Nguyen may have the advantage going into the double right-hander at turns 1 and 2. So it looks like we have all the drivers in our Micromax division ready to go, as we're T-minus just under 1 minute and counting, as we're getting set and ready for the first race in the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. So with the pre-grid now officially cleared, let's take you through the starting order for Heat 1 for Micromax for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. Starting on pole position will be the number 16 of Kian Hay. And he'll be joined on the front row by Adam Dian Asp in the number 22. Chloe Malling Sorensen and Lucas Bertelsen round out the top 2 rows in the number 17 and the number 23 respectively. Liam Nguyen, the only Norwegian in the field, starts on the inside of row 3 and will have Vilads Nielsen on the Birolart in the number 11 alongside. So Kian Hay, who's been competing with Ash Orchard's team, KR Sport, proudly sporting the colours on the number 16 as he makes his way through turn 4. And this particular part of the circuit, it does have a little bit of undulation and a bit of a bump that the drivers will have to be very mindful going down the hill. So it's a bit of a blind crest into a sweeping left-hander. So once the drivers get into their 2x2 Indianapolis-style start formation, Kian Hay will have to slow down very shortly to allow Adam Dion Asp to close in alongside to the left-hand side of the front row. So they're on their sighting lap at the moment, and then they'll go on to their official formation lap. So, again, just from our moving camera at just outside of turn number 1. Good to see that the drivers, I've spoken with quite a few of the drivers and the parents here this weekend so far, and they're all very excited about this first event. As you can see, that Vojens Nielsen. So we're just waiting for Lucas Berthelsson to pull alongside Chloe Malling Sorensen. So, and there goes the number 23 into position. So it is going to be 5 races for each of the competitors over the course of today and tomorrow here at this fantastic circuit. But the good thing is that the driver's now into close formation. If they break the tram lines with either 1 or 2 wheels, it's a 3-second automatic time penalty. If it's all 4 wheels out of the tram lines, it's 5 seconds time penalty post-race. They come out of the final hairpin, and then it's going to be the run through the final right-hander, and then they will go into the tram lines for the first time as we are set and ready to get the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy underway, as Cian Hay will lead the field into the tram lines. Adam Dion Asp alongside. And we are underway for the first time into turn 1. Chloe Malling Sorensen up the inside with a nice neat manoeuvre through on the number 22 of Adam Dion Asp as they go past the gantry on the left-hand side, just outside of the P1 bistro. Chloe Malling Sorensen looks very, very quick indeed, managing to get through for second position. Cian Hay leads them into the left-hander here at turn 4, and then pretty much from here you can straight line this part of the circuit. And there is a possibility that we may see some 2-wide action over the bump, down into the blind crest, through into the left-hander. And the top 3 starting to break away ever so slightly. Into the final hairpin complex we go for the opening lap. So Cian Hay still leading the way with Chloe Malling Sorensen behind. Adam Dion Asp also keeping the 2 in front very, very honest. But the number 16, Cian Hay, leads them out of the final corner as we are about to complete the opening lap of the race weekend. A bit of a side-by-side between Berthelsson and Nielsen for 5th position. Leading gap is just under 0.19 of a second, as Cian Hay now starting to pull away ever so slightly more, 0.56 of a second between first and second position. So that means that Cian Hay is already getting into his stride. And did a very, very impressive performance at the Champions Winter Trophy this past February back at Karting. Genk actually put on the outside of the front row whilst running as a mini rookie. So he is starting to open up that gap, but Chloe Malling Sorensen running with the One Racing outfit, part of the team at RS Competition. And Adam Dion Asp in 3rd position, still trying to keep within a second of race leader Cian Hay. Liam Nguyen is running a little bit solo at the moment, whereas Vojens Nielsen and Lucas Berthelsson are battling away over 5th position at the moment, with Nielsen having the advantage. Lap 2 now completed, and the gap now goes up to just over a second, close to 1.1 for Cian Hay. Chloe Malling Sorensen and Adam Dion Asp continue their run in 2nd and 3rd respectively. It's Nguyen, Nielsen and Berthelsson that lead the, round out the field as they once again head into turn 4. There is a bit of a heavy wind to the east. It's around about 30 kilometers an hour at one point. So that is pushing the cloud cover over. So we will get some patches of sunlight, and it's actually bathing pretty much the entire track at the moment. And that looks like Liam Nguyen has just gone off, and that was coming over the blind crest down the hill into the left-hander, and has just fallen into the clutches of Vojens Nielsen, who's right on the rear bumper as they go into the final sector. So a three-kart battle at the back end of the field. So Lucas Berthelsson in the number 23 trying to close in on Vojens Nielsen, but Liam Nguyen was very, very lucky to get away with that slight off-track. Kicked up the dust onto the circuit as we hit half-time in this race, plus an additional lap, so 3 minutes 30 plus an additional lap. Nguyen has got Nielsen, who right behind him into turn one. Nielsen did show his nose to the Norwegian in front and might go for the opportunity, and here goes the move. Will Nielsen put it to the inside? No, Nguyen able to sweep around the outside and get nicely back in front, and is now starting to pull a slight lead, but goes a little bit deep and then turns it in a little bit late into turn four, which allows Villads Nielsen to start to close the gap again. And one thing that Liam Nguyen does not want to do is to have that same off-track excursion that he did a couple of laps ago. Meantime, Cian Hay, who is leading the race and has the fastest lap, well, both he and Chloe Malling Sorensen have started to pull away from Adam Dion Aspen P3 in the number 22 kart. So lap 4 will now be completed. And Cian Hay has just been consistently running in the 1 minute 6s for the last 3 laps. So that time around it was a 1 minute 6.906. And then previous to that was the fastest lap of the race on lap 3, 1 minute 6.617. And 1 minute 6.828. So there is no shortage of pace for the number 16 at this moment in time. As he comes through the left-hander after the blind crest. Turns it in nicely, and now the gap is starting to expand further still between himself and Chloe Malling Sorensen. 1.3 seconds is the leading advantage for the number 16. So with laps at around about a 1 minute, well, just shy of a 1 minute 7. Probably looking at an additional 3 laps, including this one that we're just about to start. So lap 5 is now completed. So 1 minute 25 to go, plus an additional lap. So that gives us 3 laps of racing left to go. Cian Hay is really starting to put the hammer down now. Another new fastest lap by the number 16 from Denmark. 1 minute 6.446. As he makes his way through the bank, turning at turn 3. And last time around, Cian Hay was the best part of nearly 0.6 of a second quicker. There's Adam Dion Aspen, the number 22. Still running in 3rd position, whereas Liam Nguyen, Villads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen, who are bringing up the rear of the field, they're covered by about 2.2 seconds. But Nguyen, after that slight misjudgment of the blind crest and then exiting slightly stage right, managed to get the kart back onto the black stuff and kept it pointing in the right direction. So 2 laps remain in the opening heat for Micromax. As Cian Hay crosses the line with 19 seconds to go. And his lead is now just shy of 2.1 seconds. Driver looking very, very comfortable and confident. Able to continue to put the pace down. And he nearly matched his fastest lap on that last particular tour. His fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 6.446, and he just did a 4.66 in that particular occasion. So next time around it will be the last lap for our racers here in the Micromax division. So time has now officially expired. And we've got just over about 1.5 kilometres left to go of the race. So through into the final hairpin goes the number 16 of Cian Hay. And then into the final right-hander. And this chicane that leads them onto the start-finish straight, you pretty much are straight lining it as you're accelerating through the right-hander. So last lap underway. And Cian Hay now leads by 2.8 seconds ahead of Chloe Malling Sorensen. And then, well, Adam Dion Asp, who's been consistently running in either a low to high 1 minute 7, still holding on to 3rd position. And Liam Nguyen has managed to dust himself off and get going again after that slight off-track excursion, and has now pulled a gap between himself and Villads Nielsen to the tune of nearly 2 seconds. As the Norwegian, the back end stepped out a little bit going through turn 3, nearly caught the dust on the outside of the corner through the exit. But all 6 drivers will be taking the finish. They've all get themselves racing all the way through this 7-minute plus an additional lap adventure. But it is going to be one driver that is going to start strong. Pole position, and from lights out to checkered flag, it is going to be the win here in heat number 1 for the number 16, Cian Hay, who takes the victory. Chloe Malling-Sonington takes P2. And also Adam Dion Asp will round out the top 3, covered by just over 8 seconds. As you can see, the wind is really picking up now here at the circuit. William Nguyen, Villads Nielsen, and Lucas Bertelsen will cross the line. They all complete the 8 laps of racing, but Cian Hay showcasing what pace he has already. So he takes the victory after 8 laps ahead of Chloe Malling-Sonington. Adam Dion Asp rounding out your top 3, covered by just under 8.1 seconds. Liam Nguyen from Norway in 4th, head of Villads Nielsen, with Lucas Bertelsen, who started on the outside of the 2nd row, ends up finishing in 6th. Making sure that there's a photographer available to do it. So for the first of 3 heats today, we now turn our attention from Micro to Minimax, as they will now take to the circuit for their 7-minute plus an additional lap here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. Let's take you through the starting grid for this new adventure for these drivers. So Mika Gottschalk in the 144 will lead the field from pole position, and he'll be joined by Sofus Billy Jakobsen on row number 1. Then it's also Jonathan Volken Ottersen and August Likebo-Lingzo in the 119 and the 106 that round out the top 2 rows. Leander Ebsen and Adrian Olsen in the 168 and the 146 round out the top 3 rows, ahead of Niklas Konradsen in the 113 and Norway's Lukke Feed in the number 125. Tor Pedersen in the number 188 will be joined by Germany's Tim Hansler in the 114, who was excluded due to a technical non-compliance after the qualifying session yesterday afternoon. So the driver's now trying to just get that little bit of additional grip on the tyres that they will be using. So tyres used under parc fermé conditions. So the formation lap now officially gets underway, and it will be down to Mika Gottschalk and Sofus Billy Jakobsen that will be leading the field. Pole position will be on the right-hand side of the circuit. So Gottschalk will have the advantage going into turn 1. So the top 3 rows are in formation. Just got the last 4, trying to catch them up as the top 3 rows go through into the left-hander just after the crest in the mid part of the circuit. So the field now gets into formation. All 5 rows of drivers. So Denmark, Norway and Germany represented in this Minimax field. Gottschalk on pole, Billy Jakobsen alongside on the front row. As they come out of the final right-hander, we get set and ready for Minimax race 2 of the meeting. Heat number 1 for these drivers. So let's see, do we go racing? Yes, we are underway, and well, it looks like there was a couple of signals from the back. So, but it looks like we are under full racing conditions because the timer is continuing to count down as the field makes their way. But it looks like we are going to get a full restart, so looks like there were a couple of drivers at the back end of the field that did the signal, which is saying, okay, I've acknowledged that we're going to be going around for another lap. So first full start of the meeting. So the amber flashing light on the amber light on the gantry has been extinguished, so the red lights are back on. So once again, the drivers now in the neat 2x2 side-by-side rolling start formation as we head down to the final hairpin on the circuit. So second time of asking here for Minimax heat number 1 of the meeting, out of the final corner. And it looks like Sofus Billy Jakobsen was slightly out of position, but the lights have gone out. We are underway and racing into turn 1. To the inside, tries to go August Likebo-Lingzo. Might have just gone, well, he's actually made his way up from 4th to 2nd position. As now Sofus Billy Jakobsen trying to go through, has a bit of a wobble coming out of turn 3. But leading the way, it's Mikkel Gottschalk, the pole sitter, as they come out of turn 4. August Likiborlingzo in the 106, rounding out second. Third looks to be Jonathan Falcon Otterson in the 119 as they go over the blind crest for the first time down the dip into the left-hander. Now, diced for the lead. Looks like Gottschalk has lost it. So August Likiborlingzo, the 106, who's also been racing in a bit further south in continental Europe. And he leads the way coming out of the final hairpin, as we've had a very fast and frantic opening lap. So it is going to be August Likiborlingzo that's going to lead. Mikkel Gottschalk will be in second position in the 144. And then it's Jonathan Falcon Otterson, who's got Sophus Billy Jakobsen right behind in the battle for P3. And it's Adrian Olsen. Tim Hansler has sprung his way up the grid from the back end and has now ended up in sixth position. Well, he's gone for fifth now, and I think he's got the position heading into turn 4. So good bit of aggressive driving from the youngster from Germany as we head into the left-hander just after the crest once again. Maybe Tim Hansler can pull the drivers along behind, because the entire field was covered after the opening lap by just 3.4 seconds. Top 4 were covered by just over 5.5 tenths of a second. So through into the final hairpin, and Tim Hansler is closing that gap down to P4, which is still occupied by the 110 of Sophus Billy Jakobsen. His dad Michael also has been able to impart some wisdom onto his young son, who dives up the inside. Nice move on Jonathan Falcon Otterson for Sophus Billy Jakobsen to take P3, as Mikkel Gottschalk trying to get through on August Likiborlingzo for the race lead through into turn 3, but the number 144 unable to make it stick. And whilst the two in front of Tim Hansler in the 114, driver from Kraft Motorsport representing Germany, is closing in on them. So it could be a three-way battle for that third place. But now this puts Tim Hansler into a very, very good position. And behind Adrian Olsen and Leander Ebsen in the 146 and 168 are battling tooth and nail over sixth position. So Hansler now starts to join the back of the 5-cart train at the front end of the field. We now go to complete lap number 3. Likiborlingzo with his head down, trying to get as much aerodynamic properties as possible heading into turn 1. Sophus Billy Jakobsen in P3 just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 4.010. Into the adverse cambered right-hander at turn 3. It looks like out of the top 5, well, Sophus Billy Jakobsen seems to have a lot better pace as they go back down the hill once again, the short hill that is, into the sweeping left-hander at turn 5. And the top 4 last time around were covered by just over 8 tenths of a second. Tim Hansler is about 4 tenths off at the back of the train. So this is going to be very, very close now. Those gaps are closing in every single time they go through as Likiborlingzo continues to lead. The gap now 2 tenths, and Jonathan Falcon Otterson in 4th position now sets the overall fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 3.813. And still, the top 3, you can't really separate them at the moment as they come out of turn 3. Into the left-hander here at turn 4. So we've got just over 2.25 minutes remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. Now, if they start battling in front, Tim Hansler will be given a pretty good opportunity to close that gap, which between him and Jonathan Falcon Otterson in 4th place, that is half a second. But now, August Likiborlingzo has got a little bit of clear air between himself and Mikkel Gottschalk, who's holding on to 2nd position in the meantime. And with a circuit where you can follow the karts in front pretty easily, it's not going to be that difficult. But so far, Billy Jakobsen shows his nose to Mikkel Gottschalk, and Jonathan Falken Ottersen was trying to look to pick up the pieces. 1-1-0, once again tries to look for a move, possibly into turn 3, backs out of it. But on the exit, oh, that's a big wobble for Mikkel Gottschalk, and straight away has lost 3 positions. And has dropped down from 2nd all the way down to 5th because Tim Hansler has just finally got through. So Gottschalk might have just carried a little bit too much speed into the right-hander at turn 3 and took too wide an exit, that was all. It's going to be Jonathan Falken Ottersen side by side for the briefest of moments with Sophus Billy Jakobsen. And here comes Tim Hansler. He tries to get through at the penultimate hairpin on the circuit and gets through for P3. And now Sophus Billy Jakobsen having to battle away with RS competition teammate Mikkel Gottschalk. They're side by side. There's a little bit of contact between the pair as we go on to the penultimate lap. So things have started to exacerbate here at the circuit. But it means that there has been a bit of a change in the pecking order of things as Jonathan Falken Ottersen ends up P2. Tim Hansler up from last position, now runs P3 on the road. Suffers Billy Jakobsen and Mikkel Gottschalk round out your top 5. Leander Ebsen has finally gotten through on Adrian Olsen and holds on to 6th position. The timer now hit 0, so next time around it will be the final lap. And August Likkeborg Lingsø in the number 106, who's just set the new fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.622, is 1.8 seconds clear of Jonathan Falken Ottersen in the 119 with Tim Hansler right with him. So we're about to go on to the final lap of this opening mini-max heat of the RMC Viking Trophy. August Likkeborg Lingsø gets his head down once again. Final lap underway into turn 1. Goes the 106. And Tim Hansler really up close to the rear bumper of Jonathan Falken Ottersen. Can the German make up 8 positions by checkered flag? Well, there's probably going to be about a kilometre of racing left to go before we reach that point, but Hansler is closing in on Ottersen. Takes a little bit of a different line going through into turn 4. And then looks over his shoulder, sees that Sophus Billy Jakobsen is a few kart lengths behind. So that gives him the opportunity to focus and concentrate his efforts on getting past the driver in front. So we head into the final sector for the last time here in the opening heat out of 3 for the Minimax division. And August Likkeborg Lingsø now comes through the final hairpin. Is about 1 3/4 seconds ahead of Jonathan Falken Ottersen, but it is going to be August Likkeborg Lingsø that is going to win the opening heat out of 3. Having started from the outside of the second row, takes the win. Jonathan Falken Ottersen and Tim Hansler. Great drive from the German from 10th position to finish P3. Sophus Billy Jakobsen and Mikkel Gottschalk. Gottschalk, who was on pole position for the race, they round out the top 5. Leander Ebsen, Adrian Olsen, Lockefeed round out your top 8. And there you see 11.2 kilometres completed, average speed of just over 78.5 kilometres an hour, which is close to 50 miles an hour in the other metrics. So a great run there by August Likkeborg Lingsø, just getting through to the front early. And there are your provisional results. Winning by 1.5 seconds after 8 laps is August Likkeborg Lingsø. Jonathan Falken Ottersen, then Tim Hansler, the 114 from Germany, moving all the way up to P3 at the end of the race, followed by Sophus Billy Jakobsen. Mikkel Gottschalk, who was in pole position, ends up P5 ahead of Leander Ebsen. Adrian Olsen, Lockefeed, Thor Pedersen, and Niklas Konradsen rounding out the 10-strong field. Good friend Schlunzi. yeah, I'll just... yeah. No, it's... You don't like shit. Exactly. Which is why I will be saying to him, I've already spoken to him about CKR. Next thing I'll say before I leave is say, right, 1 month for CKR, you have to arrange 2 camera people and you've got to do it in a week. We'll bring them in and pay for them. That's the ultimatum I'll give them. So the field makes its way onto the track as we head into our first of 3 heats for the junior Rotax division. So let's take you through the starting grid. So William Stedup-Nielsen in the 237 and Andreas Kellerup on the 253 will start on the front row of the grid, and Finn Albert Jorgensen will be joined by Kimi Mai on row 2. Philip Hansler will be joined by Miskibi Engström on row 3. Anton Christensen and Norway's Christopher Malhus round out the top 4 rows. Anton Alexander Hergaard and Fredrik Gustafsson round out the top 10. Norris Blicker, Niklas Bahn Petersen, Lucas Sorensen, Max Ojeklaus, Milian Avrid Sandvik, Tim Feldman and William Rose Sorensen round out your 17-strong grid. So we go for this and the next 2 heats afterwards. We'll head into 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing around the 1,331 metre circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. Sunshine has once again come out, so there are some patches of blue sky up above, which is a wonderful thing to see. So with some of the cameras, as you probably can see on your screens, unfortunately the wind is still picking up quite significantly. That's at the camera located at the final corner. So drivers now told they're going on to the official formation lap. It was a very close qualifying session yesterday between the drivers, with the top 4 breaking under 60 seconds. But now it will be the case of getting themselves ready to go racing for the first of 3 heats here today. And then when we go green, it will be the all-important run down to turn 1. Red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. So Stedup-Nielsen and Kellerup on the front row of the grid. And they will be dictating the pace, and then they will split and go into the tram lines coming out of the final corner through the chicane. So through the final corner, the drivers will now split. Lights are on, revs are up. And here we go. Let's see if we get underway for the first time and go green here in Junior Rotax Heat 1. Yes, we do. And a good start by Stedup-Nielsen, who leads the field into turn 1. Finn Albert Jorgensen dives the inside as Andreas Kellerup gets elbowed out, so to speak, by Philip Hansler. So the good thing is that William Stedup-Nielsen got the whole shot. Finn Albert Jorgensen now up into P2. Youngster who is a former RMC Germany Minimax champion a couple of years ago, has moved up to juniors this season. He's up into P2 at the moment. Kimi Mai up to P3 with Philip Hansler just behind in the number 212. As all, someone's gone grass tracking and nearly spins off the circuit, coming into the penultimate hairpin, just outside of the top 8, as there's a potential move being attempted, and that will be by Anton Christensen behind Philip Hansler. So William Stedup-Nielsen leads the way. Finn Albert Jorgensen in second, side by side between the 270 of Miskibi Ekström. I think that was also more than likely that is going to be the 253 Andreas Kellerup, who rounds out the top 5. So already the elbows are out in the junior Rotax division, as Kellerup and Engström nearly go wheel to wheel over the crest. Setup Nielsen starting to pull a little bit of a gap. Just set the fastest lap of the race on the opening lap. No surprise there, 1 minute 1.845. Some drivers made up a couple of places early, which includes Joris Blöcker in the 222, up 2 places from 11th on the starting grid, now running 9th. But William Setup Nielsen leads the way. What's the gap between him and Finn Albert Jorgensen? Well, Finn Albert Jorgensen responds with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 0.572. And the top 2 are really starting to break away from the rest of the field as Kimi Mai and Philip Hansler are running in formation in 3rd and 4th respectively as they go through turn number 3. Gellerup in 5th place, ahead of me, Skippy Engström, Anton Christensen. So Tim Feldman has not had a good start and has ended up to the back end of the field in 17th position. So Setup Nielsen keeping Finn Albert Jorgensen at bay. The gap is possibly starting to expand, or is. So Tim Feldman looks like he's going to be picking up a 5-second time penalty very, very shortly. So 3 minutes down, 7 to go. Setup Nielsen is being closed in ever so slightly, and it looks like William Wood Sorensen and Tim Feldman have now retired from the race as there's been a change for position, and that is for 5th. Skippy Engström through on Andreas Kellerup as Anton Christensen in the 206 is right with them. So a 3-way squabble over 5th place, led by the 270. Just behind them, there is Christopher Melhus in the number 217 from Norway. Joris Blöcker and Anton Alexander Herger round out your top 10 at the moment. But Setup Nielsen and Jorgensen at the front end of the field are trading fastest laps at the minute. William Setup Nielsen on lap 3 set a 1 minute 0.514 second lap time. Finn Albert Jorgensen also improved and put down his personal best, a 1 minute 0.562 as they come out of the final corner. Now the train is starting to expand from 3rd backwards, led by Kimi Mai, being coached this weekend by Fabian Mega, who's also taken success for Team Germany at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in previous years. But at the moment, there is a 2-second gap that they really need to close up. That is not going to be easy. Also, they're having to deal with the potential crosswind at parts of the circuit when the speeds are... We've now gone up to an easterly wind of about 32 kilometers an hour, so the wind is really picking up here in Vojens. And Finn Albert Jorgensen looks like he is closing. There has been a change for 3rd in the penultimate hairpin, so Philip Hansler has got through on Kimi Mai for 3rd place. Now Kimi Mai is going to find that Skippy Engström has just got through at the final corner. That was a great move by the 270 on the 250, so Kimi Mai now leads the train. Engström gets hung out to dry through turn 1. Lost a bit of pace there, was to the outside of the opening corner. So Kellerup went through. Well, it wasn't. Yeah, Kellerup went through, Christensen went through, so did Hansler. Hansler started the chain reaction at the penultimate hairpin. So Philip Hansler is trying to pull away, and now he's got a 2.7 second disadvantage to try and close in the next 4 minutes plus change and an additional lap. And that is not going to be easy, especially if this is the first time you've ventured to this particular circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. But he is dropping the likes of Kimi Mai, who is trying to recover back up the order. And Kimi Mai to the inside, gets through before turn 1, even happens, and retakes 4th position in what was a bit of a drag race down into turn 1 ahead of Andreas Kellerup in the 253. And meantime, Anton Christensen is there. There's a little bit of a tuck between Kellerup and Mai coming through out of turn number 4. Side by side between Skibby Engström and Malhus down into the crest. And Skibby Engström unable to make the move. Had to back out of it at the last possible second and not cause any dramas. But there is a 5-kart train being led by Kimi Mai at the moment. Kimi Mai has got some hard chargers behind him as they come through the final right-hander. So lap 7 is completed, and William Sterup-Nielsen leads Finn Albert Jorgensen to the outside through into turn 1, tries to go. Andreas Kellerup on Kimi Mai. Kimi Mai just keeps tight to the inside line on turn 1, which maintains that advantage, but a little bit of a run wide. And here comes Kellerup with a big lick of speed heading into turn number 4. Mai defends once again into the corner, but if Kellerup starts to get frustrated, then there may be a sense of desperation brewing underneath the Dane's race visor, because he'll get frustrated and will want to try and pass Kimi Mai at a moment's notice. Through into the final sector they go through the right-hander. But it looks like William Sterup-Nielsen and Finn Albert Jorgensen, they've pretty much checked out at the moment, because we've only got a fifth of this race left to go. Right, okay, Tim Feldman has just been confirmed to have a 5-second time penalty post-race for causing a collision with William Röst Sorensen, but both drivers were eliminated on lap 2 as a result of that contact, and Kimi Mai is absolutely having to fight tooth and nail. And here comes Anton Christensen through on Andreas Kellerup down the start-finish straight. Kellerup was hung out to dry a little bit there, and through into turn 3 to the inside. Anton Christensen gets through. Here comes Kellerup with a big lick of speed, and he gets the buy one, get one free special and takes that position away. Not just one, but two. But here comes Christensen getting his elbows out. Anton Christensen running in the old Dave Stevens, Vic Stevens hand-me-down race overalls, it looks like, from Dams Racing. So a lot of toing and froing in terms of the battle for P4. So coming up to 1 minute to go. So the lead gap between William Sterup-Nielsen and Finn Albert Jorgensen is now 1.2 seconds. 2 laps to go, including this one. And it has been highly charged. And it's continuing onwards again. Kimi Mai is being put under the pressure cooker. Andreas Kellerup still trying to get through. Skibby Engström, and then we've also got the likes, it looks like Fredrik Gustafsson in the number 292 is trying to get his elbows out. So is Christopher Malhans, the Norwegian, at the back end of the train in the 217 Energy Corsa chassis. Oh, bit of a touch between Kellerup and Mai. Mai goes sideways, Kellerup gets through. And Skibby Engström nearly had Gustafsson down the inside through into the crest. And again, it is just the fact that Kimi Mai is having to defend like crazy, and Kellerup is trying to use that last-second.com opportunity to take the position away, and he has got the move done. So last lap underway for William Sterup-Nielsen, who is ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen by 1.1 seconds. Philip Hansler has also managed to break away from the battling pack at the mid part of the field. Philip Hansler now up from 5th, currently P3. Anton Christensen is now up 3 spots. And look at this, 3 wide into turn 1. You don't see that very often here at Vojens. And the person that's profited the most from that is Fredrik Gustafsson, who's just got through on Kimi Mai. But Kellerup in the meantime, and now look, they're squabbling over the scraps here, as there's a little bit of sidewall contact a little bit further down the order. That involved the 204, Anton Alexander Hergert from Germany. And this is, it's like it's the final, folks. Now, this is only Heat 1 of the race weekend for these junior Rotax drivers. But meantime, it is going to be the case that William Sterup-Nielsen has done a pretty good job. Started from pole position and has put in the fastest lap of the race. He will take the checkered flag and win junior Heat 1. Finn Albert Jorgensen finishes 1.3 seconds behind in 2nd position. 3rd is going to be Philip Hansler. Anton Christensen rounds out your top 4, and in 5th, Andreas Kellerup in the 253. Kimi Mai ends up 7th behind Fredrik Gustafsson, as there's an absolute freight train of carts coming across the line. A bit of frustration there for Emilian Avred Sandvik in the number 220 from Norway, who rounds out the 15 finishers. Unfortunately, William Sorensen and Tim Feldman having that contact on lap 2 eliminated both drivers on the spot. But after just over 15.4 kilometres, William Stedup Nielsen is your race winner with an average speed of just over 83 kilometres an hour. And he takes the victory ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen, Philip Hansler and Anton Christensen round out your top 4 in the provisional results, ahead of Andreas Kellerup, Fredrik Gustafsson, Kimi Mai, Miskibi Engström, Joris Blöcker, and Lucas Sorensen round out your top 10. Christopher Melhus, Niklas Bahn Pedersen, Anton Alexander Hergard, Max Olje Klaus, and Milian Avred Sandvik round out the finishers. Unfortunately, William Sorensen and Tim Feldman eliminated on a incident on the opening lap of the race.
Driver announcement, could driver 230, Tim Feldman plus entrant. Report to the stewards immediately. Achtung Fahrerlager, Kann Fahrer Nummer 230, Tim Feldman plus Teamchef. Bitte melden Sie sich sofort zum Sportkommissar. Vielen Dank.
Now we go to the penultimate race for our first set of heats here for the Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy. We now turn our attention to Senior Rotax. And on pole position, it's One Racing's Senior Onball. Will be joined by Christian Sejersen on the front row of the grid. Matthias Kellerup and Oscar Lundhus Christensen round out row number 2. And on his first trip to Vojens, Switzerland's Tino Sidler, who's running this weekend with 54 Squadra de Corse, will be joined by Patrick Rasmussen, who could have actually taken pole position had he not decided to dive into the pit lane with 30 seconds to go yesterday afternoon in qualifying. Lotus Tween will be joined by the first of the Demant brothers, Benjamin lining up on the outside of row 4. Brother Frederick will start on the inside of row 5 with Vlads Lindenskov on the final position within the top 10. Row 6, Nico Christensen and William Hansen, Simon Anderson and Philip Linder, Josephine Vunderhoff and Elias Heufeld, then Kian Albrechtsen and Malik Arsland round out row number 9. Completing the top 20 will be Anton Hansen and Thor Fransson from Denmark and Sweden respectively. Rasmus Fenner and Hjalte Risgaard round out row number 11. After that it's Anders Bork and Castellil, Matteo Sujal, and then Sarah Louise Bay Christensen, Malachias Mortensen, Alfie Litter, Anton Skogen and Julie Nielsen round out your 30-strong grid. So qualifying being very, very close yesterday. At one point, the top 23 drivers were covered by about a second and a half. But this could be a very feisty affair here for 10 minutes plus an additional lap as the drivers now make their way through the middle part of the circuit towards the blind crest. So now the drivers getting into their 2x2 rolling start formation. There will be Senior Onball on the right-hand side. They'll be starting from pole position. Christian Sejersen alongside in the 311. Red lights on the gantry. We are heading into the tram lines. It's time for revs up. Lights on. Lights are out. We are underway, and a good start as someone's already spun backwards as it's 3 wide into turn 1. So someone having a big drama, ending up backwards on the start-finish straight just after crossing the start-finish line. Into turn 3 we go. More contretemps, 3 wide on the exit of the corner. And that is Tino Sidler, whose back axle went up into the air. There's a bit of contact between Patrick Rasmussen, who's now ended up in P2, having started from 6th on the grid. But it looks like it might be, I've got a feeling it might be Matthias Kellerup that might be leading the way and has got a big advantage as there's a side-by-side battle for P3. So moves have been made. A lot of frantic activity on that opening lap here in Senior Rotax Heat 1. There is one driver that's clearly up in front as we now complete lap 1 of the opening Senior Rotax Heat here at the RMC Viking Trophy, and it is Matthias Kellerup that leads the way. Patrick Rasmussen in P2. Frederick Demant in P3, up 6 spots. And there's been further dramas. The likes of, Lotus Tween, she has dropped all the way down the order as the 349 looks for a move as someone goes grass tracking off of turn 3. So Mateus Sujal and Sarah Louise Bay Christensen look to have been 2 drivers that have not made it past the stripe for lap 1. And Lotus Tween has dropped all the way from 7th where she started and now runs 27th. Senior Onball, she's now currently in P7 at the minute, ahead of Tino Sidler. So it is, there's not much room for manoeuvrability, but there is a big train, and that is starting from Frederick Demant backwards in 3rd position. So Oscar Lundhus Christensen may have broken the formation under the start protocol, so may have a penalty incoming. I'll keep you updated on that one as it happens, but the first 2 minutes while Sarah Louise Bay Christensen is out of the race. Matteo Sudjal looks to be back out on circuit, as there is the 3:11. Christian Sejersen, who is running P3 at the moment. Sudjal's just about to cross the start-finish line. So there is quite a lot of activity still happening as we get closer and closer to the end of the first 3 minutes out of 10. And Matthias Keller, by the end of the opening lap, had close to a second advantage. That's now expanded to about 1.4 seconds. But first race points, Patrick Rasmussen knew that qualifying wasn't the be-all or end-all of the weekend, and is starting to close that gap. And he's taken a big amount of time. It's a 58.344 as we see a dive to the inside. That is the two brothers battling away. Benjamin through on Frederick Demant. So the 3:15 overtakes the 3:45, so that's a swap over for fourth position. Sinja Pezonbol in the meantime has gotten through on Switzerland's Tino Sidler for sixth position, so she is chasing them down. So the top six covered by 3.7 seconds after the opening 3 laps. So there is going to be a lot of activity in the next 6 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap in this first of 3 senior Rotax heats. So Gellerup, how much is his lead going to be decimated away by the man chasing him down? Well, that's another 4 tenths that has gone the way of Patrick Rasmussen, who's just done a 58.525. Matthias Kellerup's last lap was a 58.928. So, yeah, just 3 1,000ths quicker than, well, more than 4 tenths. There is a cart to the infield off of turn number 3. So, not sure who that might be, but that driver is going nowhere, unfortunately. Unless that's probably Anton Skorgan in the number 309 that has abandoned the vehicle and has gotten to safety. So at the moment, biggest mover is Malik Asland in the number 346, up 5 spots from 18th, so the outside of row number 9. But look at Rasmussen, he has absolutely clawed back that disadvantage. It was nearly 7 tenths of a second, and he's going to be right with Matthias Kellerup as they're going to go on to lap number 6 here. 3 tenths is the differential. And another quick lap from Rasmussen, who in the last 3 laps alone has averaged around about a 58.4 second lap time, whereas Kellerup has been averaging anywhere more towards a 58.7 second lap time over the last 3 laps. So Rasmussen looks over the right shoulder, sees Christian Sejersen in the number 311, rounding out the top 3 just behind. And Benjamin Demant has clawed a little bit of distance away from brother Frederick, has dived to the inside. That's one of the Racing Academy teams. I can't exactly miss them with their high-vis race suits and also sticker livery on the cart. So 28 of the 30 starters are still continuing onward. As let's see, is this going to be the opportunity? Rasmussen, is he close enough to make the move? Not quite. I think probably needs to be within 2 tenths of a second and be right on the rear bumper of Matthias Kellerup going through into that opening corner. But Rasmussen will find a way. And look at this, coming out of turn number 3. He's right on the back bumper of the race leader. And when they start to battle, Christian Sejersen will be keeping a keen eye on things as well as concentrating on his own race. And there has been a drama for, well, Frederick Demant has dropped behind. Tino Sidler, Sinja Ornbol, Tino Sidler, Oscar Christensen, Velaz Lindenskov. So a few positions lost by the 345, who was running 5th, now runs 9th. Now it's going to be a 3-kart battle for the race lead, because Christian Sejersen put in the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 58.217. And the gap is no longer 1.3 between the top 3. And also Benjamin Demant is closing in on them as we've got just over 3 minutes to go. And Rasmussen is the new race leader. Here comes Kellerup with a big lick of speed heading into turn number 1. Retakes the lead from the 341 for first race point, and Sayerson just waiting for his opportunity to get through into turn 3. Kellerup defends, and if Rasmussen was any higher up the banking at turn 3, well, that would have been given the opportunity to Sayerson to get through, but Benjamin Demant now makes it a 4-horse race. The SLR driver, as they go over the crest, down into the left-hander for another hairpin. You can't really pull these drivers apart at the moment. And here comes Demant up the inside of Sayerson. Nearly possibly got the side draft the briefest second going into the next right-hander, but is going to have to wait. And whilst the top 4 are battling away, well, looking at Oscar Lundhus Christensen, who is running P5, there is a gap of 1.1 seconds between 4th and 5th, so that gap might slowly but surely, or might quickly, whittle down. Kellerup goes defensive on Rasmussen. Sayerson looking for the move, and to the outside goes Rasmussen. He was trying to hold it, and he's lost out second. Can he possibly lose out third by turn 3? Not quite. And that was a great undercut there by Benjamin Demant trying to get through, but Patrick Rasmussen says, no, you don't. You're not getting through that way. So Sayerson up to P2, and the top 4 were covered by 0.4 of a second, and that gap is going to be a heck of a lot less between 4th and 5th, as Rasmussen trying to get through on the right-hander next time around. He's going to dive to the inside, and that was a quickly decided move by the first race point driver for P2. So this is now giving Matthias Kellerup the advantage to pull away, and look at the kart train behind. And that is going to be rounded out by, I think, Velez Lindenskov. As here we go, it's going to be the rumble here going through into turn 1. A little bit of a push there. Sayerson on Rasmussen, and through goes Oscar Lundhus Christensen to take 3rd place, or take 2nd position. So now, because they're starting to squabble, we're getting to the tail end of this race. Tino Sidler looking for a move up the inside of Sinja Ornbol into turn 4, as the Swiss driver can't make the move going through. So, right, okay, kart 344. Oscar Lundhus Christensen is effectively eliminated out of the battle for at least P5, because he's just been given a 5-second time penalty for leaving the tram lines with 3 to 4 wheels outside. So pretty much completely broke formation before the lights went out on the gantry. 2 laps remain here in the opening senior Rotax heat, and Matthias Kellerup is leading the way. And his lead over Christian Sayerson is 2.2 seconds. As Patrick Rasmussen and Sinja Ornbol, and there's a dive to the inside, and there's contact. So Patrick Rasmussen gets punted off the road. I think it was the 342 of William Hansen. So the elbows are clearly out in the last couple of laps of this race. And that just quickly goes to show that your race might be going your way, and then all of a sudden one move that you make or somebody else makes can cause a major problem. So next time around it will be, oh, we've got a kart going a little bit slow, and there are yellow flags, and that's over the line crest. So whether someone has gone straight on Marshall going to the scene. So Matthias Kellerup now will head on to the final lap of this race, and he has a 2.1 second lead over Christian Sayerson, who had that bit of elbows out argy-bargy with Patrick Rasmussen. And Sinja Ornbol rounds out the top 4 behind Tino Sidler from Switzerland. So Oscar Lundhus Christensen has gone all the way down to 8th position behind the likes of Frederick Demant, Simon Anderson in the number 314, who's made up 7 places from 13th on the grid, and Kian Albrechtsson, who started on the inside of row 9, now hits 7th. So a place, 10 places gained. But this, the battling that was happening behind him, as soon as the powder keg was lit, the fireworks came into play, and then Matthias Kellerup has been able to get out of it with a comfortable and considerate lead, but could be a move here for 2nd position. So it is going to be Matthias Kellerup that's going to win the race. Who's going to be in 2nd? It is going to be Christian Sayerson. Tino Sidler takes P3. Sinja Olmbol, she recovers up to 4th at the end of it, ahead of Fredrik Demant. Patrick Rasmussen and Rasmus Fenner, unfortunately, have retired from the race. So Rasmussen, after that big hit at turn 3, had dramas thereby directly afterwards. So Matthias Gellerup takes the victory, and that looks to be now, is that a first race point livery I'm spotting on the right-hand side of the screen? I think that might be the case. So Patrick Rasmussen and Rasmus Fenner, unfortunately, out with 2 laps to go. Matthias Gellerup takes the win by nearly 2.3 seconds. Ahead of Christian Seijers and Tino Sidler on his first race here at Vojens, takes a P3 from 5th on the grid. Sinja Olmbol, who started from pole, finishes P4, ahead of Fredrik Demant. Simon Anderson, Kian Albrechtsen, Oscar Lundhus Christensen gets a 5-second time penalty post-race for completely breaking formation before the lights went out. Nico Christensen and Marek Arsland round out your top 10 ahead of Benjamin Demant. Elias Heufeld, Philip Linder, Lotus Tveen recovering up to 14th. Vlad Lindenskopf, Hjalte Riskard, Josephine Wunderov, William Hansen, Kasper Liel, Anton Hansen, rounding out your top 20. Thor Fransen and Alfie Litter round out the top 22, ahead of Anders Bork. Malakias Mortensen, Julie Nielsen, and Mateusz Sudjal rounding out your 26 that did complete the race. After that, Patrick Rasmussen and Rasmus Fenner out with 2 laps to go. Anton Skogan out on lap 1, and Sarah Louise Bay Christensen out on the opening lap. Driver announcement, could driver 237 plus entrant report to the stewards immediately. Could William Stellup Nielsen, that's driver 237 plus entrant report to the stewards immediately. Thank you. 7 Spa. So we now head to the last of our opening set of heats here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. It's time to head into battle for DD2 and DD2 Masters for the first time this weekend. And starting from pole position will be the 418 of William Norbeck, who will be joined by Fredrik Sorensen on the front row of the grid. Fredrik Kickenborg will be joined by Camilla Klaus Larsen on row 2. Julie Fernandez and Rebecca Roos Jensen will be on row 3, thereby completing the 6 DD2 drivers we have on the grid, with Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen bringing up the rear of the field. So very soon we'll be going on to the official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at the Vojens Motorsport Arena circuit. So this time around we'll head on to the official formation lap. And once all competitors have gone past the start-finish line, we'll then ignite the lights on the starting gantry. And with regards to the fact that the top 3 in the qualifying session yesterday were covered by just under half a second, qualifying is one thing, but ultimately, the race pace is what matters the most in this event. As I said, it is a winner-take-all side of things, so it is about your progression through to the final. And if you can be at the sharp end of the field, come the checkered flag every single time in the heats and the superheat, then your chances of potentially winning the event do improve. But of course, racing has that unpredictable nature because you never know what might happen. However, the drivers now making their way to the final corner. Ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap to conclude the morning's action here at Vojens, the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy. So the drivers will now head into the tram lines. And it's a slow crawl, and then it will be dictated by the front row how the start gets underway. And they will be waiting. And here we go. They're racing here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Good start by the pole sitter. But in the meantime, unfortunately, Fredrik Sorensen got jumped at the start, so to speak. And has dropped down to 4th position, up to 2nd. Goes Fredrik Kickenborg on the 437 CRG. Julie Fries running at the sharper end of the field and is currently running P3 at the moment as they head into the final sector for the opening time. Morten Jensen leading the way in the DD2 Masters side of things. A bit of a gap between him and Jan Pedersen in the 532. As they come in at the final hairpin. Change for 3rd position. Looks like Jules Sorensen has got past the 438 of Julie Fries. There's going to be a 3-way battle for that 3rd spot as we complete the opening lap. Is there an opportunity to slingshot to the inside of the opening corner for P3 for Julie Fries? No, unfortunately not. So Fredrik Sorensen holds on to that position, but they're about a second off of Kickenborg as Jules Sorensen kicks out the tail on the back end of the 407 RS competition entry through out of turn number 3. Of course, in comparison, for those wondering what is the difference between DD2, DD2 Masters and all the other classes, well, on this particular occasion, well, DD2 and DD2 Masters, they run the Rotax Max Evo 125cc engine. They're mated to a 2-speed gearbox, and also the drivers have front and rear braking systems, whereas all the direct drive competitors, they'll have a chain and a sprocket linking the engine to the back axle, and with that they'll only have a rear brake assembly on the chassis. So William Norbeek starting to pull out a little bit of an advantage over Frederick Kickenborg as Fredrik Sorensen, Julie Fernandez and Camilla Klaus Larsen round out your top 5. It looks like Rebecca Rose Jensen is closing in at the meantime. So these drivers will be they'll be squabbling quite a bit, it looks like, over the next 7.5 minutes plus an additional lap. So with this, William Norbeek is trying to pull away from the CRG, the number 437 of Frederick Kickenborg. And looks to be calmly getting on with things, but the gap is expanding between P2 and P3 as the quartet's squabbling over that position. This might even give an opportunity to Morten Jensen in the 543 as we now might have a change for 4th, and yes we do. Up the inside goes Camilla Klaus Larsen through on Julie Fries, who's trying to get back through at turn 3. Bit of a defensive move made by the 408 into that adverse cambered banked right-hander. So the right-hand side tyres will take a little bit more of the strain on that particular corner. There they go over the crest, down the dip, into the left-hander. And Fries trying to get through on Klaus Larsen, but at the moment that's not quite happening. William Norbeek, who has competed in other series such as the Euro Trophy, the B&L Karting Series, and has shown great performances in the DD2 class. He's now opened up a gap to, that's nearly 1.6 seconds. That was nigh on double between himself and Frederick Kickenborg in P2 in the 437. Fredrik Sorensen is quite a way back now, to the tune of nearly 3.5 seconds as the battle for 4th position between Klaus Larsen and Fries continues onwards. Even at the speeds these drivers may be travelling at, we might see a little bit of air underneath either the front or the rear axle, depending on how hard they decide to push. But if you do push too hard into that blind crest and then down the dip, it can unsettle the kart sometimes, as we've already seen in a couple of the races earlier on. Liam Nguyen, one of the prime examples in the opening heat for Micromax, but Norbeek continuing on his merry way, ups the gap now to nearly 1.9 seconds ahead of Kickenborg. Jule Sorensen in P3. As we've hit half-time in this opening heat out of 3. And also following on from the 3 heats today for every single class, that'll be the intermediate ranking after heats, which will then decide the respective grids for the super heats tomorrow morning. And we'll have a final intermediate classification that will then decide the grids for the final itself. So sometimes it doesn't necessarily, if you have a bad heat on one particular occasion, you can come fighting back in heats 2 and 3. I mean, take for instance Patrick Rasmussen from first race point in the first of the senior Rotax heats. Now eliminated with 2 laps to go, he'll still score points, but it will be a bit of a difficult upswing if you can get it to work that way for him in the super heat, because obviously with the super heat you gain more points towards your cumulative ranking tally. Norbeek continuing onwards. It's very calm in the 418 out through turn number 4. Now, based on the last lap, Frederick Kickenborg actually took over 0.47 of a second out of the race leader, so Norbeek will have to just keep it nice and calm and consistent. Looking at his last 3 laps, well, lap 6, 58.494, lap before 56.7, and then another 56.7 on laps 4 and 5. So Norbeek has got to be very, very careful as another bit of time has been taken out of his race lead. It's gone down to just over 1.2 seconds that the consistency seems to be coming back to the 418 from RS Competition. Meantime, the gaps are expanding between the 407, 408 and 438 of Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, Camilla Karlslarsen and Julie Fries, running at the top 5 overall. The entire field rounded out by Jan Pedersen in number 532. They're all covered by just under 19.5 seconds from front to rear. Can Norbeek just hold on to that advantage, even if it ends up being like 3/10 at the end of the race? Well, it's pretty much stayed stable. As Norbeek this time around was actually quicker than Kickenborg, who's just set a personal best. Norbeek still has the fastest lap to his credit of 57.491. As we head into the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap of this opening heat out of 3. So 1 minute 40 plus an additional lap still to go. And as Fredrik Juhl Sorensen pulls away from Camilla Karlslarsen and Julie Fries, who are now going to be squabbling over P4 up until the end of the race. Sorensen is finding a little bit of additional breathing space between himself and the 2 drivers behind him. So Norbeek still able to stabilise that lead at about 1.2 seconds. As we will have this plus another 2 laps remaining, so 3 laps to go. We're currently on lap 10. And at the meantime, Jan Pedersen in the 532 is just crossed the line and is 23.7 seconds behind our race leader. The timer is continuing to count down. So Norbeek will bring us on to the penultimate lap of the race, so lap 10 in the books, set to complete 12 laps in total as the Dane in the 418 makes his way out of turn number 2 for the penultimate time. So having started from pole position, I think the biggest loser really is Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, who ended up on the outside of the opening corner when everyone rushed their way down to turn 1 and it nearly became a bit of a free-for-all. But the timer has expired. Next time around will be the last lap of the race, but also of the morning's action here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy. So through the final corner, it is going to be the final lap of the race here for William Norbeek. The 418 from Denmark leads by just over 1.1 seconds from Fredrik Kickenborg in the number, well, in the CRG. And then Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, Camilla Karlslarsen, Julie Fries and Rebecca Rose Jensen, they round out the DD2 runners. Morten Jensen in DD2 Masters. And the 543 is continuing onwards and is leading the class as we wait for our leader to come through over the blind crest. And there he is, through into the hairpin next time around. Just a handful of corners to go and we will see the checkered flag for the DD2 and DD2 Masters opening heat out of 3. They'll be back in action around about 3 o'clock local time this afternoon. So through the final hairpin, 1 more corner plus a miniature chicane to make his way through. And RS Competition's William Norbeek will come out of the final corner and we'll see the checkered flag. Lights out to checkered victory for the Dane after 12 laps, winning by 1.1 seconds. The drag race at the end between Camilla Karlslarsen and Julie Fries in 4th and 5th, with the 408 taking the nod. Morten Jensen comes across the line and finishes in P7 and takes the win in the DD2 Masters classification. We've just got one more driver still left out on track, and that's Jan Pedersen, who will be coming out of the final corner now, crosses the line, and will take the checkered flag. So William Norbake takes the victory in the opening heat out of 3 after 16.8 kilometres with an average speed of just shy of 87 kilometres an hour. So the 418 from RS Competition wins after 12 laps with a winning margin of 1.1 seconds ahead of Frederik Kickenborg. Frederik Jules Sorensen rounds out your top 3, 2.9 seconds off of our race winner. Kamina Klaus Larsen and Julie Fries round out your top 5 in the finishing order. The top 5 covered by 5.3 seconds at the checkered flag. Rebecca Roos Jensen brings up the rear of the field in the DD2 classification, with Morten Jensen taking the win in Masters, ahead of Jan Pedersen in the 5.32. So that concludes the morning's action for the first day of official competition for the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. We'll be back here live just before 20 to 2 this afternoon, as we're now heading on to the official lunch break. So don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the Vojens Motorsport Arena. And if you are already subscribed, you've got to wait 10 minutes to put your name in the chat and to let us know who you're supporting to be the Vikings of Scandinavia come Sunday afternoon, when we declare our inaugural winners of this one-off event here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. We'll see you after the lunch break. A very good afternoon and welcome back to continuing coverage of the inaugural 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy live and direct from Vojens Motorsport Arena. So the lunch break is now over and we're getting set and ready for our second batch of heats this afternoon. So in the previous race it was Kian Hay that took the win after 8 laps in the opening heat, ahead of Chloe Malling Sorensen by nearly 3.25 seconds. Adam Dion Asp rounded out the top 3, further 4.8 seconds behind, with Liam Nguyen ending up 4th, having moved up a position along with Vilads Nielsen, and Lucas Berthelsen rounding out the 6 runners who made it all to the checkered flag. We'll go through the results respectively for the respective classes as we go through the second round of heats before we will have a little bit of a break before we get into the finals, the final heats of the afternoon. So thank you for everyone that's joined us on the live stream, which is broadcasting directly from the official Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel all the way through this weekend. So the timetable, for anyone wondering, it is in the description on the video itself, along with the live timing, and which is pinned in the YouTube chat, along with the results as well. Here is the schedule coming up. So Heat 2 for Micromax will be starting in just under a couple of minutes' time. We'll then be going to Minimax at 2 p.m, 2:20. That'll be Heat 2 for juniors. Heat 2 for seniors will be at 20 to 3. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll then complete the second round of heats with DD2 and DD2 Masters at 3 p.m. local time. We'll get back underway at 4 p.m. with the final set of heats, starting with Micro, and then ending up with DD2 and DD2 Masters, their final heat being at 20 past 5 this afternoon here in Vojens, located about an hour to an hour and a quarter south of Billund. The global home and headquarters of Lego. So the wind still has been very, very blustery all the way through the day, and the wind looks to have picked up a little bit over the lunch break. So again, it is moving the weather around the locality here in Vojens. So just under 1 minute to go until the drivers are then told to go on their way back onto this 1,331 metre circuit, established back in 1963. So one of the longest standing kart tracks, if not the longest standing kart track in Denmark. So with the drivers making their way out onto the circuit here at Vojens, let's take you through the starting order. For Heat 2, it will be exactly the same as Heat 1 as determined by qualifying yesterday afternoon. Kian Hay from KR Sports in the number 16 will start from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Adam Dion Asp in the number 22. Chloe Malling Sorensen and Lucas Berthelsen round out your top 2 rows, with Liam Nguyen and Vilads Nielsen completing the 6 runners and riders in the youngest class within the Rotax racing family. Of course, for those that have just joined us, thank you for tuning in. And what are the prizes up for offers? Well, they get one-off Viking helmet-style trophies, and the winners of the finals on Sunday afternoon will also get presented with a ticket for this year's international trophy at Le Mans in France, and that will be in the mid-part of July this year. The exact dates being the 14th to the 18th. So the drivers will now go onto their official formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. There's Cian Hay driving in through turns 1 and 2, and then you see quite a raft of people on the gantry, just overlooking and moving past the circuit. So the drivers now making sure that they get into formation very, very soon indeed. With proceedings overlooked by event race director Dave Ritson and his team. Drivers now head into the final sector, so it's going to be pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit, with Cian Hay leading the way in front of Adam Dion Asp, who should be now moving alongside and takes his position at the front row of the field. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. The field makes its way out of the final corner through the chicane. We're going to go up into the tram lines, and it's going to be a full start that has been called. So the amber warning lights came straight on. So the drivers acknowledging the signal that they're going to have to go around for another tour. So when the drivers are in the correct order and everyone is ready to go racing, then they'll be given the signal to do so. And they are 2 by 2, side by side, very quickly out of the exit of turn number 4. Wind once again is still, it's even picking up even more now, which is why the camera off of the final corner is shuddering quite a bit. But hopefully we'll get the race underway at the second time of asking. Field makes their way out of the final corner. Let's see if we can get this race going for heat number 2 here in Micromax, and we are green and underway. It's going to be the run down to turn 1. Chloe Malling Sorensen looking to dive to the inside of both Adam Dion Asp and Cian Hay. But the number 16 holds on to the race lead into turn 3 for the first time. And at the moment, the drivers still very much staying in the same position as they were when we went green just a handful of seconds ago. About 20, 30 seconds ago we started. But over the crest and down the dip for the first time, Cian Hay leads the way. But all big moment there for Adam Dion Asp. Goes completely off the circuit into the dirt and ends up tumbling to the bottom end of the field. And I think that might have been either Villads Nielsen or Liam Nguyen that got compromised as Dion Asp rejoined onto the circuit. So after the opening lap, we're going to see that Cian Hay is going to lead Chloe Malling Sorensen, who managed to get up to P2 last time out. He's trying to chase him down. Gap is 0.4 of a second as they go through the right-hander here at turn 1. And the next right-hander here at turn 2. So Adam Dion Asp unfortunately dropping all the way down to 4th position just by the slightest of misjudgments, and that can happen. More to the point, Cian Hay won by a big margin last time out for Heat 1. Can he do exactly the same and put some distance between himself and Chloe Malling Sorensen in the number 17 kart? So we're fast approaching the conclusion of the opening 2 minutes out of 7 for this second heat out of 3. So Kian Hay, after lap 1, had a 4/10 of a second advantage over Chloe Malling-Sorensen, and the gap is 0.666 seconds, so just under 7/10. Liam Nguyen, in the meantime, holding on to that P3 ahead of Adam Dion Asp, who's trying to recover after that moment earlier on. And through into turn 3. Dion Asp stays in the wheel tracks of Nguyen as they go through into turn number 4. Meantime, Villads Nielsen is starting to catch the pair in front. And here might... Well, there was a look and a show of the nose by Adam Dion Asp on Liam Nguyen, and Nguyen's just suffered exactly the same fate as what we saw just another couple of laps ago when Adam Dion Asp went off at exactly the same corner. So with just over 3.5 minutes to go, Kian Hay still leads from Chloe Malling-Sorensen. But Villads Nielsen trying to close in on Liam Nguyen for that 4th place as they head into the banked right-hander at turn 3 itself, now into the left-hander at turn 4. That is then going to bring them into the infield. All 6 runners and riders still circulating at this point in time. So the timer fast ticking away towards 0. And Kian Hay sets another new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.688. Really the best part of half a second, well, over Chloe Malling-Sorensen, who continues to hold on to second position. Adam Dion Asp is in a little bit of no man's land at the moment. I mean, he's the best part of nearly 6.4 seconds adrift of the race leader. Then a further 1.4 seconds up the road from Liam Nguyen, who is trying to fight with Villads Nielsen. Lucas Bertelsen is nearly 12 seconds off of our race leader. Once again, as we saw in the opening heat of the weekend, Kian Hay making sure of an enlarging gap. It's just gone up from 1.5 seconds to just over 2.3. And a new fastest lap, 1 minute 6.439. So Nielsen trying to do what he can to get past on Nguyen for that 4th position. It's not going to come easy unless Nguyen starts opening the door like that into turn 4. So the stopwatch is counting down as we hit 30 seconds on the timer remaining, plus an additional lap in this penultimate heat. And the way things are going, Kian Hay is doing himself every favour possible to keep the race lead. So 2 laps to go, and the lead he's got over Chloe Malling-Sorensen stretches out to 3.2 seconds. Adam Dion Asp in P3, and Liam Nguyen, Villads Nielsen, And still, we've got the 23 of Lucas Bertelsen still competing, 18.3 seconds off of the race leader. Timer has expired. And once again, Cian Hay just showing his dominant grip on this particular class here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. They're going to be going over the crest for the penultimate time, but next time around, as Cian Hay makes his way through the penultimate hairpin on the course, he's got about 1.5 kilometers approximately still to go as he's out of the final hairpin and into the right-hander. Last lap now goes underway as we complete lap 7 and go on to our 8th and final lap. Cian Hay crosses the line. What's the distance between him and Chloe Malling-Sorensen? Well, it's going to be 3.9 seconds. It's the race leader on the number 16. Cosmic Chassis makes his way through turn 3 for the final time of this race. And over the crest for the last time goes the young Dane into the left-hander, trying to control the back end from stepping out and putting him potentially into the dirt, which is what a couple of drivers have found so far in this opening opening heats in the second batch that we've got over the course of this weekend. But it is going to be 2 for 2 as the number 16 from KR Sport, Cian Hay, goes through the final corner, puts the pedal to the metal, and he does the double here, rather pretty much being unstoppable at this moment in time. That's going to be a good result again for Chloe Malling-Sorensen, who finishes just over 4.5 seconds drift in P2. Adam Dion Asp rounds out your top 3, 9.8 seconds off of the race winner. Liam Nguyen will take 4th, just fractionally ahead of Villads Nielsen. Last but by certainly no means least, Lucas Bertelsen rounds out the 6 runners and riders in the Micromax division, with Cian Hay taking the win once again after 11.2 kilometers. So we will see the Micromax drivers in action for their final heat at 4 p.m. this afternoon. And after this, well, we will head to our Mini-Max division for the second time. Hay, your winner, ahead of Malling-Sorensen, Dion Asp, Nguyen, Nielsen, and Bertelsen. So with regards to Mini-Max, Heat 1 earlier on today, August Likubo-Lingzo took the win after 8 laps of racing, having started on the outside of row number 2. Jonathan Falcon Otterson and Tim Hansler rounded out the top 3 after the race was concluded. Hansler starting from the back end of the field for every single race in these heats, so that's giving him a really good opportunity to fight at the sharp end of the field in the super heat tomorrow morning. Sofus Billy Jakobsen was also in the battle for the race lead, along with pole sitter Mikkel Gottschalk in the number 144. They rounded out your top 5. No post-race penalties were issued as far as I can see by the results, with August Likubo-Lingzo taking the fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.622 around this 1.331 kilometer circuit. And the wind has picked up once again. We're looking at around about 35 kilometers an hour to the east, so it is picking up and pushing the weather front across the circuit. There you see a little ray of sunlight beaming down onto the dummy grid. So mechanics now being instructed to move away and clear the dummy grid, as the drivers will now be focusing in on the task at hand, which is to be the winner of this race. It was a very interesting and very exciting opening heats for the Minimax drivers when we saw Heat 1 at around about 11 o'clock this morning. But can August Lickebo-Lingzo again take the victory in this one, or is there going to be someone else that is going to stake their claim for the victory in this 7-minute plus an additional lap heat? So we now take you through the starting grid for Heat 2 for Minimax out of 3 heats. Mikael Gottschalk in the 144 will start from pole position with Sofus Billy Jakobsen in the 110 alongside on the front row. Jonathan Falcon Ottesen will be lining up alongside Heat 1 winner from earlier on today, August Lickebo-Lingzo. Leander Ebsen and Adrian Olsen ran out your top 3 rows. They were having a good battle towards the dying stages of the race earlier on today, with Nicholas Konradsen, Loke Feed, Tor Pedersen and Tim Hansler rounding out your 10-strong grid here for heat number 2 of the event. So at this point, they're just having their sighting lap before the official start of for the official formation lap. So the drivers are going to have to be on their A game and make sure that they put their best foot forward, both in terms of effort and also performance, because the more that they can help themselves out, the easier it's going to be for tomorrow. Thereby, there's going to be less of a possibility for them to think about, well, what could have, should have, would have been. So now the drivers will go on to their official formation lap ahead of 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Some very good close quarter battles in the earlier heat. So the drivers coming out of now turn 4 and heading over the crest and they're now going to start lining up in 2x2 formation. Ahead of us getting the signal to go racing once again for the Mini-Max class. So we will have to see how this one plays out over the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Out of the final corner go the drivers. Into the tram lines we will head. It will be revs up, lights on. And here we go. Do we go green for 7 minutes? Lights are out as the drivers make their way through. So the drivers now making their way through into turn 3. A few drivers looking for positional gains early doors in this race. But still, at the moment, everything to play for. August Lickebor-Lingso makes his way through. And that is on the 1-1. Well, we've got Sophus Billy Jakobsen showing down, I think, in 4th position at the moment as the field make their way into the final sector here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So it will be quite crucial, and now the train is starting to form. The drivers are very, very closely close in terms of proximity to each other. So there's going to be a change possibly for 5th place. That is Philip Hansler making his way up the order as we complete lap number 1. Tim Hansler on the opening lap has already made up 6 positions and is already up to P4 already. But at the moment, Mikael Gottschalk this time having a bit more of luck at the front end of the field, leading Jonathan Falcon Ottesen, August Lickebor-Lingso, and then also Sophus Billy Jakobsen rounding out your top 4. Tim Hansler continuing to hold on to that 5th position. He's right behind Jakobsen at the moment as they go through into the final sector here at Vojens. Side by side for position behind, and that's Adrian Olsen and Leander Abson continuing their battle on from Heat 1. And now it is going to be a bit of a dogfight at the sharp end of the field. We have had only a couple of minutes of this race completed. Across the line we go once again. Gottschalk still leads. He's got about a couple of kart length advantage over Jonathan Falcon Ottesen, and at the moment Tim Hansler has set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 4.294 on that particular occasion, as again Ottesen goes defensive on Lingso. Lingso unable to make the move through. And now Tim Hansler has got his way past on Sophus Billy Jakobsen. Just around about 9 years of age, only started karting within the last couple of seasons. But he's right on the back bumper, and that's a beautiful move over the crest by Jakobsen, but then Hansler takes the initiative over the crest and into the left-hander to retake the position. But those two, if they continue to squabble like this, they are going to lose ground to the drivers in front. That's not going to help them that much at this stage of the competition. But still, Gottschalk leads, Ottesen and Lingso. Has there been a change in the meantime? Because I think it might be the case. Yes, that is. August Lickebor-Lingso now into 2nd position, ahead of the 1:19 of Jonathan Falcon Ottesen. Lickebor-Lingso did a 1 minute 3.910, fastest lap of the race so far. With half the time remaining, he dives to the inside of turn 4. That's going to be a little bit robust. And here goes Otterson through as Gottschalk loses not just only the lead, but ends up in P3. So 5-second time penalty for 110. That's Sofus Billy Jakobsen that is going to get a time penalty post-race. So the top 3 last time around were just under 4/10 apart. Now it's 4/10 apart, pretty much on the decimal point. As Lieke Bollingzor still holds on to the race lead, defending sternly against Jonathan Falken Otterson and Mikael Gottschalk not too far behind them. The gap between the top 3 after 4 laps of racing is just around the 4/10 of a second mark. So the top 3 make their way in towards the final sector. Just over, well, just 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And putting on a bit of a clinic here at the moment, as in making sure that they hit their marks, accelerate out of the corners at the right time and keep pace with each other, because it's a very honest race at this moment in time. However, Otterson trying to close in on Gottschalk for the race lead. Meantime, Hansler. Right, penalty coming in for Sofus Billy Jakobsen, who has been determined to have jumped the start, and that is an automatic 5-second time penalty post-race for the 110. So even though Jakobsen and Hansler are battling for position, well, with the penalty, Jakobsen has been eliminated from being in contention for this. Just under a minute to go, and Lieke Bollingzor looking to make it 2 for 2 in this race. And the second of the 2 heats for the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. But with Jonathan Falken Otterson and Mikael Gottschalk right behind, it's going to be 2 laps remaining. A little bit further back. And that is Adrian Olsen, and I imagine it's going to be Leander Ebsen. But, which is the case, as they're going to go into the left-hander here at turn 4. And Adrian Olsen has just been passed, so going to be easy with time fast running out. And we have hit the elapsed 7 minutes being completed. So this time around we will have 1 more lap remaining. Now this is a drag race down to turn number 1. August Lieke Bollingzor to the inside, and Mikael Gottschalk slingshots his way past through on Jonathan Falken Otterson, who takes the initiative to stay on the racing line through at turns 1, 2 and now 3, which means that Gottschalk could have tried to go the long way round, but it might not have worked. He's trying to do the crisscross here through into turn 4 as we're on the final lap of the race. And over the crest they will go for the final time. Lieke Bollingzor doing exactly what he needs to do. Has got about a kart length and a half between himself and Jonathan Falken Otterson. Tim Hansler, in the meantime, going a little bit further back to the tune of about 2.9 seconds from our race leader. But the leaders now making their way through into the final hairpin. Then it's the short shoot up to the right-hand final corner. Then through the chicane that you can pretty much straight line. However, it is going to be August Ligabo-Lingzo that provisionally on the road will take his second heat win of the weekend so far, ahead of Jonathan Falcon Ottesen and Mikko Gottschalk, rounding out your top three. So Niklas Konradsen being the last driver to make it across the line. August Ligabo-Lingzo, provisionally your race winner for heat number 2. So Dane doing the double so far. Average speed just over 78 kilometers an hour after 11.2 kilometers of racing, which basically meant 8 laps. Jonathan Falcon Ottesen just over 3.5 tenths behind in P2, with Mikko Gottschalk, our pole sitter, ending up P3. Tim Hansler, another great drive from the Kraft Motorsport pilot from Germany in the 114, up from 10th to finish in P4, ahead of Leander Ebsen, Lokke Fied, Sofus Billy Jakobsen rounding out the top 7, Adrian Olsen, Thor Pedersen, and Niklas Konradsen rounding out your 10 strong. All drivers made it to the end of the race, covered by just under 18.2 seconds. So we now get to the midway part of the second batch of heats, and it is time for Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Once again, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. William Stedup-Nielsen did win on the road. However, in the previous heat, he ended up being disqualified for a non-conforming spark plug in technical post-inspection. Promoting Finn Albert Jorgensen, who lines up behind him on the second row as the race winner. Andreas Kellerup is on the outside of row 1. Kimi Mai, Philip Hansler, Skibi Engstrom, Anton Christensen, Christopher Melhus, and Anton Alexander Hergaard and Fredrik Gustafsson round out your top 10. Joris Blöcker from Germany is on the inside of row 6, joined by Niklas Bahn-Pedersen. Lucas Sorensen and Max Oje Klaus from Germany round out the top 7 rows. Emilian Avred Sandvik from Norway, Tim Feldman from Germany, and William Sorensen bringing up the rear of the field. So quite a few other penalties given out in that race. Tim Feldman was actually hit with a total of 10 seconds worth of time penalties, even though his and William Sorensen's race ended abruptly on the opening lap. The following drivers got hit with front bumper penalties. Christopher Melhus, also the 201 of Max Oje Klaus, and the 222 of Joris Blöcker. So we will see if things might be a little bit different, because there was clearly pace for Stedup-Nielsen, but having a non-conform spark plug as per the Rotax technical global regulations, which have been put into place for this and every other race that runs under the Rotax global technical regulations. They are very much the standard for which every mechanic needs to abide by. As Andreas Kellerup now pulls ahead of the rest of the field, including Finn Albert Jorgensen, who is running in his Team Denmark race suit from last year. So once again, the red lights are on the starting gantry, just by the digi flag, which has the timer on it, set at 10 minutes. It is Stedup-Nielsen and Kellerup on the front row of the grid. Jorgensen and Mai on row number 2. Out of the final corner. The drivers now will go. Revs up. The lights are on. And we are racing. Lights are out, and here we go with the hurdle down to turn number 1. Kellerup trying to go around the outside. Finn Albert Jorgensen trying to get his elbows out through on the 253. He gets through for P3. And also with that, so we have got a yellow, it seems, at out of turn 2. But the thing is that Kimi Mai has managed to make his way through into P3. So at the moment, it is Stedup-Nielsen in P1. Second, it is Finn Albert Jorgensen. Kimi Mai, who was having to defend within an inch of his race suit in Heat 1, rounds out your top 3. Kellerup in 4th, ahead of Hansler, who completes the top 5. So the drivers now making their way through the final hairpin as we are set to complete lap number 1 very quickly indeed. And it is Stedup-Nielsen that leads the way. Finn Albert Jorgensen P2. Kimi Mai P3. You can just see how quickly. And yeah, Fredrik Gustafsson is the first driver that I think has. Yeah, kart is on the infield there. Driver looks to be standing on their own 2 feet. As Finn Albert Jorgensen has lost a little bit of time through turn 3 to William Stedup-Nielsen. Kimi Mai battling away with Andreas Kellerup. Kellerup, who is closing in as they go through over the crest and down the dip. So Fredrik Gustafsson out of the race, I'm afraid. So 8 minutes and 10 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. And this is where, well, we did see that Sterup Nielsen canted away into the distance for race 1 before promptly being disqualified post-technical inspection. But Finn Albert Jorgensen might be able to get closer still. But the gap is expanding. Kimi Myers just lost out to Andreas Kellerup. And Philip Hansler holds on to P5 as Kimi Mai trying to see if he can make his way through the 253 as they come out of turn number 3. Also, Anton Christensen is moving up the field. And at the moment, the biggest mover is Miljan Avre Sandvik, the Norwegian driver in the 220. Miskibi Engström has tumbled down the order to around about 13th position. Finn Albert Jorgensen trying to see if he can break the reduce the distance between himself and William Sterup Nielsen. As we complete lap 3, the lead advantage for Sterup Nielsen is just under 3/4 of a second as we head on to lap number 4 of this race. So Kimi Mai has lost out to Kellerup, but in the meantime, his teammate from Kraft Motorsport, Philip Hansler, is trying to close on in. Anton Christensen rounds out the top 6. And Niklas Bauern-Pedersen, in the meantime, has got past Joris Blöcker for P9. 6 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this penultimate heat for the junior Rotax division at the RMC Viking Trophy. Those gaps are starting to close. Sunshine starting to beat down at certain parts of the track, which is the last complex, plus also part of the parking area. 2-1-2. Philip Hansler gets a warning flag. Anton Christensen to the inside at turn 1. As neat as you like from the Dane in the 206, who's had a quick chat with Anton Christensen's driver, coach Mads Ries, who in his day used to be very competitive in junior Rotax, especially in the Euro Trophy and the B&L karting series against the likes of Mike van Vrucht. Corby Powell, so these days runs in GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, with the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. But Nielsen trying to pull a gap, and at this moment in time, well, Finn Albert Jorgensen is starting to reel him in. Andreas Kellerup has now put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.414. So the gap between the top 3 at the minute stands at 1.5 seconds. Over the line we go as we go halfway through the race. Right, 5-second time penalty going to the 222, Joris Blöcker from Germany. As William Sterup Nielsen has lost a big chunk of time to Finn Albert Jorgensen. The gap is now down to 0.398 of a second. Finn Albert Jorgensen closing in as they go through in towards turn number 3, or turn 4. And now, can Jorgensen get the run on Sterup Nielsen? He was not. He was a little bit further behind him. So, when will Jorgensen pull the trigger? That is the big question that needs to be answered now, as we have 4.25 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in this mid-placed heat out of 3 for the junior Rotax division. So unfortunately we've lost Fredrik Gustafsson, but Jorgensen is getting closer still. That gap was 0.4. It's probably going to be about half of that as they cross the line to complete lap number 6. Across the line they go. What's the distance? It is going to be 0.216 of a second. Jorgensen absolutely flying at the moment as the heat, in terms of the sunshine up above, bathing the track in warmth and helping to provide additional grip. But also it's the confidence. And sometimes, well, there have been occasions where Finn Albert Jorgensen has not been driving like a junior, he's been driving more like a mini, but at this point, well, it looks like he's decided to be, I think he might have been given the wake-up call by his dad, Bo. As they come across the crest and to the inside dives Finn Albert Jorgensen. Nice overtake there on William Sterup-Nielsen, and he's just pointed forward and said, right, we need to get away from the man behind us. So Kellerup is not that far adrift. He was only 1.1 seconds off of the race leader. And now, at this point, with nearly 7 laps completed, new race leader, and that is Finn Albert Jorgensen leading the way, but Sterup-Nielsen in the wheel tracks. Here comes Kellerup, so it's a 3-kart brawl at the front end of the field for the race lead. Niklas Baan-Pedersen in the number 241 has made up 4 places so far, as has Lucas Sorensen in the number 203, who rounds out the top 9. As Jorgensen goes defensive into turn number 4, and you can sense the slight bit of desperation from Sterup-Nielsen to try and get through and retake that race lead. And it's going to be easier said than done. But who knows what might happen in the next 2.25 minutes plus an additional lap. So Jorgensen is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get this second win in a row. Sterup-Nielsen looking to the outside, trying to get the switch back through into the final hairpin, but that's not going to work because Jorgensen anticipates it, goes slightly off the racing line into the final right-hander. So this and 2 more laps to go. Finn Albert Jorgensen crosses the line. Kellerup to the outside. Oh, Sterup-Nielsen just started out at the last moment. I think just caught Andreas Kellerup unawares, and might have been a little bit of sidewall contact between the pair. As Jorgensen, is he going to have the inside line for turn 4? He is. So the 265 just holding on as much as he can, but here comes Sterup-Nielsen, returns the favourite at exactly the same corner that Jorgensen passed him on 2 laps ago. So second lead change as we have 1 minute and 10 remaining on the counter. And Andreas Kellerup trying to get through. Kimi Mai now has made it, well, as they do say, 2's company, 3's a crowd, 4 becomes a gaggle of carts. So Kimi Mai could be in the mix for this one, as could be Anton Christensen. 2 laps remaining. And the lead for William Sterup-Nielsen is just under half a second with this and 1 more lap to go. Anton Alexander Hergert in the number 204 from Germany has just been passed by me, Skibi Engström. But Jorgensen has got to be very, very careful. He can't leave that door open because given another invitation, I think that Andreas Kellerup will make that move through quite straightforwardly. So time is fast running out for these drivers. So 1 more lap remains, and William Sterup-Nielsen continues to lead the way after retaking the position away from Finn Albert Jorgensen. He leads by nearly 0.7 of a second. Andreas Kellerup rounds out the top 3. Kimi Mai, Anton Christensen complete the top 5. So there is still an opportunity for some drivers to make up positions or defend and hold their ground, and that's exactly what Finn Albert Jorgensen is trying to do in front of Andreas Kellerup, who this is his first appearance as a junior driver, ran in minis last year. Funnily enough, at the same team that Finn Albert Jorgensen was last year, this year, at KR Sports. But Kimi Mai might have an opportunity to get into the top 3. We now head into the final sector. Kimi Mai showed his nose to Andreas Kellerup going into that right-hander before the penultimate hairpin. But we have got 1 more corner to go here on lap 11 out of 11, and it is going to be the 237. William Sterup-Nielsen is going to win on the road again. Can it be the case that he holds on to this race win? Finn Albert Jorgensen, our official Heat 1 winner, 9.5 of a second behind, ahead of Andreas Kellerup. Kimi Mai doing a good job and defending well, also attacking well in some cases. Finishes P4 on the road ahead of Anton Christensen, who completes your top 5. Philip Hansler rounds out the top 6 ahead of Christopher Mellis. Lucas Sorensen, Niklas Baan-Pedersen, and me, Skibi Engström, round out your top 10. Anton Alexander Hergert Max Ojeklaus Joris Blöcker. Well, Blöcker gets demoted down to 15th position because of the 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. So Ojeklaus will finish in 12th, ahead of William Røe Sorensen, Tim Feldman in 14th, Blöcker 15th, and Millian Avred Sandvik from Norway rounding out your 16 strong runners and riders. And unfortunately, on the opening lap, it was game over for the 292 of Denmark's Fredrik Gustafsson. Okay, attention paddock, attention paddock. This is a driver call, driver 212. I repeat, Junior Rotax 212, Philip Hansler. Please report with entrant to race control at the bottom of the tower on the start finish straight to the circuit. Bitte kann Fahrernummer 212, Philipp Hansler, melden sich sofort bei Race Control beim Start und Ziel. Vielen Dank. Sod that, no. Now we get down to the penultimate heat for the second phase of Heats Day here for the inaugural Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy. Let's take a look at your starting grid. On pole position, it is going to be Sinja Ornbolt with Christian Sejersen alongside on the front row. Matthias Kallerup and Oscar Lundhus Christensen round out row 2. Tino Sidler and Patrick Rasmussen round out row 3, with Lotus Tveen and Benjamin Demant rounding out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10 will be Frederick Demant and Vlads Lindenskov. Nico Christensen and William Hansen round out row number 6, ahead of Simon Anderson and Philip Linder. Josephine Wunderhoff and Elias Heufert round out row 8, ahead of Kian Albrechtsson, Malik Asland, Anton Hansen and Sweden's Thor Fransson, rounding out your top 20. Rasmus Fenner, Jarl de Risgaard, Anders Borg, Kasper Liel, Matteo Sudial, Sarah Louise Bay, Christensen, and then Malachias Mortensen rounding out the top 27 with Alfie Litter, Anton Skogen and Julie Nielsen completing the 30-strong grid. Looking back at the previous race, well, we did have a couple of retirements. Sarah Louise Bay Christensen, Anton Skogen, and then, of course, the big moment when Patrick Rasmussen got punted by the 342 of William Hansen going into turn 3. And then Rasmussen would suffer further drama, just 2 laps from the end. Several drivers did get penalties in their own right. The 315 got a total of 10 seconds. That was Benjamin Demant for causing a collision, and then there was an extra time penalty of 5 seconds added after a steward's decision was made. The 344 of Oscar Lundhus Christensen got a 5-second penalty for breaking formation completely with either 3 or 4 wheels outside of the tram lines. And multiple drivers, 303, 317, 322, 330, 331, 345 and 380. They all each picked up a 5-second front fairing penalty. And with that, 342, as I said, William Hansen did pick up a 5-second penalty for the collision with Patrick Rasmussen. So the first lap was very, very frantic in the opening heats for the senior Rotax division. The red lights are now on the starting entry, so Matthias Kallerup did a pretty good job on the Cosmic chassis, with Christian Sejersen and Tino Sidler being the top 3 in the previous race. And hopefully drivers like Lotus Tveen will not have a disastrous start where they end up tumbling down the order, and that's exactly what happened to the 330. As now we get set and ready for Heat 2, Senior Rotax. Revs up, lights on, and the lights are out. We're underway here for 10 minutes plus an additional lap. They go over the bump into turn number 1. It's an even start, 2 by 2, and a bit of a cut through the dirt by the 311 of Sejersen. And then to the outside, that's a bit of a brave manoeuvre there. And that is going to be the case of Sinja Ornbolt trying to go through on Matthias Kallerup, who brought us to green from the outside of the front row. So Ornbolt decided to keep her nose clean, but now she's going to have someone diving up the inside through at turn this penultimate sector of the circuit itself. But she holds on to P2 through into the final hairpin. Everyone thus far is pretty much running in a line. But it is Matthias Kallerup leading the way. Sinja Ornbolt, the driver from One Racing, the offshoot team of RS Competition. Tino Sidler now up in the 54 Squadra Corsa kart, and he's having to battle with Christian Sejersen. And here comes Patrick Rasmussen once again. Rasmussen switches to the outside and goes for the inside. Oh, that's a brilliant move. 2 for 1 at turn 3 for Patrick Rasmussen, the man from First Race Point. And that is a pretty, if you can get that teed up nicely here at Vojens, you're in a good way. So now he's going to start chasing Sinja Ornbolt and also Matthias Kallerup. Now, some drivers hopefully move. Oh dear, and that's the 342 that's just gone around. William Hansen, that was coming through out of the hairpin following the left-hander after the dip. So William Hansen has got to fight his way through to the front, but the battle for the race lead is really heating up now. And look at the line of carts. I count at least 12 carts battling for this race lead. As we complete lap number 2, Sinja Onbol sideways under braking. Nearly looked to the inside of Matthias Kellerup. And there is, we've got a 3-second time penalty for kart 3, 4, 5. Frederick de Man says, oh, someone's gone off again. And that is not how things are meant to happen at turn number 3. Tino Sidler's going to lose a couple of places through into turn 4 as Sinja Onbol, she's trying to put the frighteners on Matthias Kellerup for the race lead. Down the dip they go. Rasmussen right on the rear bumper of the 372. And someone's gone around the outside. Look, that's probably Frederick de Man trying to go around the outside there. And that's a brave and opportunistic move if you can pull that one off. But it didn't quite happen. So it's gone really, really badly. It's gone very south for William Hansen in the number 342. But someone else has hit trouble. And that was at the start-finish straights as we got yellow flags heading into turn number 1. So no overtaking permitted. So Kellerup, Onbol, Rasmussen round out the top 3 as things stand. Into turn 3, Onbol to the inside on Kellerup, and here comes Rasmussen. He's going to try it again. Will he get the lead by turn 4? He's round to the outside. Onbol tries to hold the inside line. Rasmussen through for the race lead. So also 3:45, Frederick de Man has had a 3-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with 2 wheels. So more drivers trying to make their way up the order. There was a little bit of a dive onto the inside of the right-hand hairpin just after the downhill slant through the left-hander at the crest through the mid part of the circuit. But Patrick Rasmussen now hits the front of the field. Sinja Onbol in second. Matthias Kellerup in P3, and the gap is expanding. It was 0.18, it's now 0.65. Fastest lap of the race is Simon Anderson in the 3:14. He's moved up from, and that's a dive and a half there through at turn 3. Matthias Kellerup went deep into the corner, overcooked it, and Sinja Onbol has just literally darted away into the distance. So Oscar Lundhus Christensen is unfortunately out of the race. Hjalde Riskar now down to 29th. Sarah Louise Bay down in 28th position. Biggest move at the moment is Malik Arslan, the 346, who started 18th, now runs P7. Biggest losers at the moment, or Lotus Tween again, rounding out now 19th position behind Benjamin de Man in 18th. So both have lost, between them, 22 combined places on the grid. But we are halfway through this race. We're not out of the woods quite yet, folks. But Patrick Rasmussen, when he hits the front of the field, watch the man fire it away into the distance, and he's already pulled a lead of now 8.5 tenths of a second over Sinja Onbol, Matthias Kellerup, Tino Sidler, Nico Christensen, Simon Anderson. Christian Sejersen has dropped all the way down to 7th, ahead of Malik Arsland, Elias Heufeld, and Josephine Vunderhoff, who's made up 5 places and now rounds out the top 10. And still the games of musical chairs in senior Rotax continue at breakneck speed. And unfortunately, Hjalde Riskar in the 3:95 from first race point, I'm afraid to say, has retired on lap 3. So back down to 28 runners and riders here with just under 4 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And Sinja Onbol has now been given the hurry-up sign and say, right, go after the man in front. Kellerup is also doing the same, but look at this battle here. This is involving the 343, Josephine Vunderhoff, who's now up into 9th place, and she might grab 8th by turn 4 if she's lucky. But that is the 345 just in front, Frederick de Man. So Vunderhoff between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately, but tried to make the move stick and has lost a place in the meantime. And you get these packs of drivers battling away. It's a case of waiting and biding your time, and if you can you know, it might not take you, it might take you a couple of corners maybe to size up a move, but then there's other places where you're having to keep an eye on the time when you are going across the start-finish line. But it might take you more than just one, you know, a couple of corners. It might take you 2 to 3 laps, but there is going to be an overtake to the inside at turn 1, and that was 3:11. Christian Sejersen on Nico Christensen from first race point. They have got Simon Anderson in the 3:14 right with them. So this will be a very interesting proposition here in terms of the battles up and down the order here. As still we have 28 runners and riders with 2 minutes and 24 seconds plus an additional lap left to go. And there are still, it's still a case of these drivers, they're treating it like a final. More to the point, like saying, I need to get up the order as quickly as possible. But it's at this stage where we're halfway through the heats, and some drivers are playing this, they're playing the percentage game. What I mean by that is that you want to, you know, if you have a bad heat 1, like Rasmussen, perfect example, out after contact with an incident on lap 10 out of 12. And this one, we see him at the front end of the field. And then, you know, when you consider who was at the sharp end, I mean, Matthias Kellerup trying to fight Sinje Ornbol for P2 on the road and won the opening heat of the weekend. So it just goes to show that not everything is going to work out the way that you might have planned it or you might have foreseen it. But nevertheless, 28 drivers still running. We haven't even, well, it's around 9 degrees centigrade at the moment. But more to the point, these drivers are having to do with crosswind at the moment. So there's going to be a change here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So Rasmussen leads. His advantage now is nearly 2 seconds because Matthias Kellerup, Tino Sidler and Christian Sejersen have got through on Sinje Ornbol, who has done some great defensive work in this race so far, but it hasn't been enough. And now it's going to be a bit of a 3-cart scrap over P3 in the race. Ornbol trying to get the up and the over and under on Tino Sidler coming out of turn 4. Not quite working there at this moment in time, but Patrick Rasmussen is now up the road by nearly 2 seconds, and he has got nothing but daylight behind him and daylight in front of him. And still quite a few kart trains happening, and it's more towards the back end of the field. There's a lot of drivers, they'll know each other very, very well through RMC Denmark, but we have Patrick Rasmussen crossed the line with a second to spare. So this and one more lap to go. Christian Sejersen challenging Matthias Kellerup for that second spot, as Tino Sidler has been passed by Sinje Ornbol into turns 1 and 2. So the Swiss driver now back into P5. But he gets the undercut through out of turn 3 and retakes the position, so goes back up into 4th. But still the squabble for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th continues onwards. And if it does continue like it does now for this and the next lap, well, you're going to have the likes of Aslan, Christensen, Heufeld, et al. Closing in, and that has pretty much happened. So we've got one more lap to go. Patrick Rasmussen is away and clear by a country kilometre at the moment, and at this point his lead over second position is now a whopping 5.8 seconds. Great move round the outside at turn 1 by Christian Sejersen through on Matthias Kellerup to take away second position. Sidler, Ornbol. And then, well, there's been a bit of a great drive up the field from 18th on the grid. And that is Malik Arslan in the number 346. Started 18th, now up 12 spots ahead of Simon Anderson. Kasper Lill has unfortunately retired from the race on lap 9. But whilst this battling has been going away, well, I'm sure that Patrick Rasmussen's laughing all the way to a race victory right about now. as they will head through the final sector. Rasmussen now making his way down the back part of the circuit and into the final right-hander. And it will be two different winners from two different races. It is going to be Patrick Rasmussen for first race point, who will win by a country mile. Our next runner will be Christian Sejersen, who on the penultimate lap, or the final lap of the race, went around the outside of Matthias Kellerup. Tino Sidler and Sinja Ornball round out your top 5 on the road, ahead of Simon Anderson, with one of the biggest charges of the day so far. Malik Arsland in 7th, ahead of Nico Christensen, Elias Heufeld, and Kian Albrechtsen completing your top 10. Vilas Lindenskov, Josephine Wunderov, Philip Linde, Lotus Tveen, and Frederick Demant round out your top 15 in that one. Benjamin Demant, Anton Hansen, Anton Skogan also made up 11 places, up from 29th to finish 18th, ahead of William Hansen, Alfie Litter from the UK via the way of Ireland in the 319. Good to see the Hunter Motorsport colours here this weekend as well. He rounds out the top 20. Malachias Mortensen, Thor Fransson, Anders Bork, Rasmus Finner, Julie Nielsen, Matteo Sudjan, and Sarah Louise Bay finish the race. Casper Lill out to lap 9, Hjalde Riskard lap 3. And very early on lap 2, we lost the 3:44 of Oscar Lundhus Christensen. So we now get underway with the last of the second set of heats here on Vojens Motorsport Arena for day 1 out of 2 for the RMC Viking Trophy. Here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, William Norbeek will take the start from pole position on the inside of the front row. He'll be joined by Fredrik Sorensen on that row in the 407. Fredrik Kickenborg and Camilla Karls-Larsen will round out row number 2. Julie Fries will be joined by Rebecca Roos Jensen on row 3, completing our DD2 grid. Martin Jensen will be joined by Jan Pedersen on row number 4, thereby completing the starting order. And it was William Norbeek that took the win by just over 1.1 seconds from Fredrik Kickenborg on the CRG 437 entry, with Fredrik Sorensen, who got mugged on the start a little bit on the opening couple of laps, but managed to fight his way back up to third by the end of the race itself. So drivers now going on to their official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. The gantry just outside of the P1 Bistro. So not too sure, well. So looks like Jan Pedersen has retired with a technical issue and will not be taking the start. So that will demote, well, that will mean that Jan Pedersen will effectively be classified as second in the DD2 Masters division. So we'll have 7 drivers running down out of the final corner and into turn 1 down the start-finish straight when we go green very shortly. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for race 10 of the meeting. So can William Norbeek make it 2 for 2 here in the DD2 class for this second heat? Looks like they're going to send them around for another formation lap. Yep, full start has been called, so drivers instructed to go round once again. Maybe might be related to Jan Pedersen's technical problems. So just to, you know, it's more of a, you know, a judgment call based on the nature of the situation, and sometimes you have to make that call as a race director to send them around again. So the drivers now in the final sector, and very shortly they'll be lining up side by side, ready to go racing for the penultimate time today. And then after this, we will have a break until just before 4 o'clock this afternoon, when we'll kickstart things again with our final set of heats. So Norbeek versus Jules Sorensen on the front row, Kickenborg and Karls-Larsen on row 2. So the drivers now making their way into the tram lines. Red lights on the starting gantry. Here we go. Right, revs up, lights on, lights are out. We're underway for 10 minutes, and a good start once again by William Norbeek, who launches the 418 forward. So does Fredrik Kickenborg, who gets through on Fredrik Sorensen. Into turn 3 we go for the first time, and there goes Camilla Karls-Larsen trying to go through up the inside of Fredrik Sorensen for P3, but unfortunately the 408 unable to make the move stick. So the only positional change as we head through towards halfway through the opening lap of this race is Kickenborg getting through on Jules Sorensen for P2. Dive to the inside. That is going to be A switch around for P4. Julie Fries going through on Camilla Karlslarsson for P4 in DD2. So now here comes Fredrik Jules Sorensen with a big race of speed and dives to the inside with millimetres to spare between the sidewalls of both his and the CRG kart of Fredrik Kickenborg as they now go through out of turn number 3 here on lap 2. And as they're starting to battle, this is going to allow Norbeck to pull away into the distance. The gap is 3/4 of a second between P1 and P2 at the least. As they go down the dip into the left-hander, then the right-hand hairpin coming up. And whilst Kickenborg and Jules Sorensen are battling away, that's going to allow Fries, Karlslarsson and Vojens to potentially catch those two squabbling over second position. So Nelson 3/4 of the way through this 10-minute plus an additional lap race. So can Kickenborg try and return the favour? Well, he's not close enough to try and do something, but he could have gone later on the brakes maybe and put the kart to the inside. I think the door, well, the window of opportunity for the 437 was rapidly closing. What this has meant is that William Norbeck is nearly a second and a half up the road after 2 laps and has just put in a 57.938. So Norbeck again showcasing the pace on the RS competition entry. So there's 7.25 minutes left to go. Will Kickenborg close in to Jules Sorensen and retake that second position back? That is ultimately possible in this kind of situation, but Kickenborg has got to watch behind him because Julie Fries and Camilla Karlslarsson are trying to stick with him. With third, fourth and fifth covered by just under 7/10 of a second. Kickenborg has got to try and see if he can make a move on Jules Sorensen. But sometimes that can be easier said than done. Norbeck just consistently pulling away into the distance. And his lead was 1.6 seconds, so what's the gap now? Make that 1.8. There is going to be a move as well. That is going to be now second position. Well, Kickenborg has just lost P3, so Julie Fries has just gone up the inside at the the right-handed just after the drop down the slight dip, following the crest. So change as Kickenborg has now got to be back onto the offensive as we have just over 5 minutes to go. So good move there from the One Racing driver in the 438, now up to P3 on the road. There is still time left in this race for Kickenborg to try and get back at the 438 to retake that third spot. But whilst he sticks behind the 438, the biggest thing for Kickenborg is going to be losing time over the course of the remainder of this race. And sometimes it can be that decision of whether you just decide, okay, well, I've got to go for P3, get the points on the board and hope that race 3 today comes my way. But we will have to wait until 5:20 local time to see the beginning of that last race of Heats Day here for day 1 out of 2 for the RMC Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So 60% of the timer has counted down, 40% left plus an additional lap, so 4 minutes to go. And to the inside at turn 3, late lunge from Kickenborg, but Fleiss able to try and get the over-under. To the outside she goes, but through into turn 4. This time Kickenborg parks it on the racing line and stops it on a sixpence. So now back up into P3, but the thing is, can he try and push forward? That is the crucial question that Kickenborg himself needs to answer rather than us trying to answer it for him. It just depends on how much pace he's got in that CRG to leave the 2 behind and start catching those in front. But I don't think he's going to be out of the woods for quite a while yet, because Julie Fries is right with him, as is Camilla Kos-Larsen. So this is a 3-way battle for 3rd position. Into turn 1, line astern between the 3, all in each other's wheel tracks. So through into turn 4, 2 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the counter. And William Norbeck's lead is now just over 2 seconds as he makes his way through into the final sector. So not that many laps remaining on for this particular heat. And then we'll have a break until 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then we get underway with the final round of heats. And then we'll have the first set of intermediate ranking after heats, after the 3 heats competed by all the drivers here this weekend at Vojens. And that was a 57.686, and the changes happen again. Kickenborg across the line whilst pulling out of the slipstream with Julie Fleiss now gets back up into P3. And can Fleiss try and get through at the exit of 3? No, not quite. But is going to look to sweep round to the outside. Can she get the crisscross through out of turn 4? No, Kickenborg on the racing line says no. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. But Kickenborg is just losing, hemorrhaging time significantly because of the fact he's battling away for position on track with 2 other drivers behind. Julie Fleiss to the inside on the penultimate hairpin on the circuit, gets through for P3. But Kickenborg is not wanting to play this game, but here comes Camilla Kos-Larsen to the inside, and Kickenborg now down into P5 on the CRG entry. Big change, but Camilla Kos-Larsen holds on, defends going into turn number 1 as we've got just 3 laps to go, including this. And Kickenborg trying to get through on Kos-Larsen heading into turn 4. CRG is not going to go around the outside there, I'm afraid. And at this point, well, that has given Julie Fleiss the opportunity to get away into the distance a little bit and try and pull back a little bit of that gap between herself and Fredrik Juhl Sorensen. But if it was, say, that battle was happening 3.5 minutes ago, you might say there's an outside opportunity. At this point now, I'd probably say no, there's no real chance at all, but you'll be able to close that gap a little bit. So 2 laps remaining here in the DD2 and DD2 Masters second heat of the weekend, which brings us nicely to the end of race 10 of the meeting. As Kickenborg has got through on Camilla Kos-Larsen for that P4. They come out of turn 4 as we speak, as the timer hits 0. Sunshine now bathing the track once again. So the wind still has been, on average, just over 30 kilometres an hour to the east, pretty much all day long. So next time around, William Norbeck will take the final lap board. And will be on course for 2 for 2 here this weekend in the DD2 side of things. So last lap underway for the 4:18 from RS competition on the brakes. And then rotate the kart through turns 1 and 2. Then it's the run up to turn 3. And then you see a little bit of an incline, down a dip, into an adverse camber. So a little bit of technicality that the driver's got to be very good on their footwork on the pedals to make that work in the right way. Rather than sort of like hitting the brakes, you've got to dab the brakes. Use a little bit of throttle manipulation to try and get through the corner. But Norbeek has been absolutely unassailable so far this weekend. And this time, Fredrik Sorensen has made the best of it and holds on to P2. Julie Fries rounding out the top 3 as we head into the final couple of corners of the race here to conclude Heat 2 of the meeting for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Out of the final corner, 2 for 2 for the 4:18 from RS competition. William Norbeek takes the victory here in DD2. Fredrik Sorensen, who's being mechanicked by someone I remember from the classic kart race 100cc European Grand Prix that's going to be taking place here between the 20th and the 22nd. Michael Engstrom Christensen, who won one of the classes last year. Julie Fries takes P3, 3.4 seconds behind Fredrik Sorensen. And we've got Morten Jensen and even Jan Pedersen even got back going again. So all 8 drivers make it to the checkered flag after 12 laps of racing, but it's 2 wins for 2 for William Norbeek from RS competition on the Birrelart. And after 16.8 kilometres, average speed of just under 87 kph. So Norbeek takes the victory by just 2 seconds ahead of Fredrik Sorensen. So pretty good run there for the 2 Danes. Ahead of Julie Fries, who rounds out the top 3. She ended up 5.5 seconds behind winner Norbeek. Frederik Kickenborg, Camilla Klaus Larsen round out your top 5 ahead of Rebecca Rose Jensen, who completes the top 6. Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen round out your 8 finishers after the conclusion of our second round of heats here for the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. So, ladies and gentlemen, watching along on the live stream on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, we will be back just before 4 o'clock this afternoon as we get set and ready for our final set of heats here on day 1 of the events. We'll see you just before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Well, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for joining us on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel for what will now be the last 5 races to conclude day 1 of the Viking Trophy for 2026. So we now go through the starting lineup for the penultimate time, well, the last time for the Micro Max division. And Cian Hay will start from pole position once again. He'll be joined by Adam Dion Asp on the front row. Chloe Mulling Sorensen and Lucas Bertelsen round out the top 2 rows. Liam Nguyen and Villads Nielsen rounds out your starting order. Cian Hay would take his 2nd win earlier on today ahead of Chloe Mulling Sorensen in Heat 2. Adam Dion Asp would round out the top 3 with Liam Nguyen and Villads Nielsen completing the top 5. Lucas Bertelsen would also finish the race down in 6th position. So Cian Hay looking very, very strong indeed, and even he's got a maximum score of 100 points as all. They've had a little bit of a spinner. That's Chloe Mulling Sorensen. That was through at turn number 3. So at this point, it will be the case of these drivers now having to make their way through on the sighting lap. So luckily enough, at least Chloe Mulling Sorensen didn't have any dramas, well, doesn't have any further dramas after that spin. But if Cian Hay continues to do what he can, then at least in this respect, Cian Hay should be able to, if he stays 1st or 2nd, then he will be on pole position for tomorrow's Super Heat. So the driver's now in formation, ready to go racing one more time for 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So the driver's heading into the final few corners here at the circuit, and then that will allow us to get underway as the lights will be on the gantry. So the drivers now will make their way through into the final corner, and time to go racing one last time as we enter the tram lines. Revs up, lights are out, we are underway and racing, and it's a drag race to the 1st corner. Adam Dion Asp holding on to 2nd position on this particular occasion. Chloe Mulling Sorensen unable to get through for 2nd position early as we head into turn 3 for the first time. So now at this point, the drivers will now make their way. So it looks like Adam Dion Asp broke formation before the race got underway, so there may be an incoming penalty for the driver from RS Competition as they head into the final sector. So, yep, confirmed 3-second time penalty for Adam Dion Asp, and that will be for breaking the breaking formation out of the tram lines. So this now means that Adam Dion Asp will end up tumbling a little bit further down the order, but here comes Chloe Mulling Sorensen again, trying to get through at turn number 1. But unfortunately, unable to make it through this time. But the main thing is her race is mainly with Kian Hay up front as they go through turn 3. So I think Adam Dion Asper's taken note of the 3-second time penalty flashing on the digiboard. But now he's going through into the dip through, well, over the dip, down the hill, and then through into the right-hand hairpin. So can Chloe Melling-Sorensen start to try and reel in Kian Hay, the way that the number 16 from KR Sport has been running away with things at the moment over the opening 2 heats? That has been very, very decisive on the performance that we've seen from the youngster. As here goes Adam Dion Asp to the inside, goes aggressive, gets the elbows out, and then gets through. But Chloe Melling-Sorensen using the opportunity to try and get back through. This is allowing Liam Nguyen, the only Norwegian on the field in this class, so this could possibly put Chloe Melling-Sorensen's P2 under threat. And with a 3-second time penalty, Adam Dion Asp would be effectively stone dead last at the moment, because that would put him on 5.85 seconds behind the race leader. And that would put him fractionally behind Villads Nielsen, who's bringing up the rear of the field. So 20 seconds to go until we hit half time in this race, so 3.5 minutes approximately to go. And the gap now is expanded to 4.7 seconds. So the more that Adam Dion Asp is ahead, or the longer he's ahead of Chloe Melling-Sorensen, the more difficult it's going to be for the number 17 to try and close that gap. And it looks like, well, Kian Hay has checked out already before we've even hit the last couple of minutes of the race to go. You see a little bit of bumping and undulation as they head over the crest, down the dip, into the left-hander. But with just under 3 minutes plus an additional lap to go, there is still a chance of some description that Chloe Melling-Sorensen, despite being effectively now P2 on the road, the more time that Adam Dion Asp spends in front of her, the more time that she will lose and the less time he will lose in terms of staying up the order. But at the meantime, well, Adam Dion Asp just basically staying on the racing line. And at this moment, with an additional 3 seconds worth of time penalties, that would put him right now in 4th, where Liam Nguyen is at the minute. But Chloe Melling-Sorensen trying to go on to, well, nearly went on the grass coming out of turn 3 and kept it to the outside of turn number 4. But we should have, after this, I would say probably 3 laps to go, because Kian Hay on lap 3 of the race did a 1 minute 6.532. So just a couple of laps, 3 laps to go in total. And the lead has expanded to the biggest margin it's been so far here today. Kian Hay is 7.1 seconds up the road. He's just put in a new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 6.275. So on this particular occasion, he is really going to... He's really powering away, and at this rate of knots, well, it is going to be the fact that Adam Dion Asp will hold on to second the way things are going, because the timer is very, very quickly running out. And at this moment, it's not going to be easy for him to keep battling away with Chloe Malling Sorensen, seeing Kian Hay go off into the distance. So 2 laps to go when the number 16 crosses the line. And the gap now 8.1 seconds between first and second position. And Sorensen again trying to look for a manoeuvre to get through for second position. But she's probably just better off maybe holding station at this time because the timer has expired. Next time around, Kian Hay will see the last lap board for the final time on day 1 of the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. He's already exited out of the final hairpin. It is going to be a final lap for Kian Hay. Absolutely dominating proceedings, especially in this last race, and might be the case that the gap between him and Adam Dion Asp, who is putting on a defence and then some ahead of Chloe Malling Sorensen, and the gap is now 9.3 seconds. So number 22, Adam Dion Asp, who has also been racing in continental Europe this year, apart from his native land of Scandinavia, well, native land of Denmark there is, has been doing very, very well. And both these drivers have been racing against each other earlier on this season. And Chloe Malling Sorensen looking to thread the eye of the needle towards the crest. Very, very brave from the number 17 from One Racing. And that could have been an opportunity. It's unfortunately fallen by the wayside, but we head into the final sector for the last time here on lap number 8, and Kian Hay has just one more corner left to go, and then the chicane. It has been a dominant display by the youngster in the number 16 from KR Sport on the Cosmic Chassis. Kian Hay out of the final corner. It's the run to the line, and he takes the clean sweep, along with pole position, plus fastest lap in every single race he's competed in so far. Second, it's going to be a run to the line. Adam Dion Asp, despite getting that 3-second time penalty on the road, takes second, but ends up getting demoted to 4th post-race. So Chloe Malling Sorensen takes P2, 10 seconds behind the race winner. Liam Nguyen, through a opportune moment, decided to keep with Sorensen and Nguyen, was Sorensen and Dion Asp, and ends up P3. Villads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen round out your 6 runners, but Kian Hay, after 11.2 kilometres, takes the victory after nearly 8 minutes and 53 seconds out on track once we went green. Chloe Malling Sorensen, Liam Nguyen, Adam Dion Asp, Villads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen round out the running order, as that concludes a clean sweep for the number 16 from KR Sport. Now we turn our attention back to the Minimax division as Mikkel Gottschalk stalls the cars, I think briefly for a moment, coming out of the dummy grid. But here is your starting order for race 12 of the meeting, Heat 3 for Minimax. Mikkel Gottschalk will start from pole position. Sophus Billy Jakobsen will start alongside on the front row. Jonathan Falcon Otterson and August Likkeborg-Lingso will round out row number 2. Leander Epson and Adrian Olsen round out row 3, ahead of Niklas Konradsen and Luke Feed, rounding out the top 4 rows. Thor Peterson and Tim Hansler complete the grid for 10 drivers in total. So, post-race, Sophus Billy Jakobsen was demoted to 7th position after Heat 2 for being found to have jumped the start. That incurred a 5-second time penalty, which dropped the driver from 5th on the road to 7th. 168 of Jende Epson, the driver for Club Compagnie on the Birlart in 168, did get a warning board from race control. So the drivers very shortly will be going on to, as we speak, their formation lap for this race. So all 10 drivers on the circuit getting ready for their final 7-minute plus an additional lap heat. Once all the drivers have crossed the start-finish line, red lights now ignite on the gantry. And the wind has died down to the east at its highest today, which was 35 kilometres an hour. It's gone down to 28 kilometres an hour to the east, but it has pushed the weather front across and away from the circuit. So the drivers now making their way through into the final corner. And for the final time, they split. Head into the tram lines, revs up, lights are out. We are underway in racing, and it's the drag race down to the opening corner. As all, bit of a turnaround there, and that was Sophus Billy Jakobsen getting a little bit of a turnaround in the 110. And to the inside at turn 3, dives... let's see, that is going to be the 119 of Jonathan Falcon Otterson, who's going to dive through to the inside of 4, take the race lead off of Gottschalk in the 144. And then just behind them, it looks like Leander Epson has made it up to P3. August Likkeborg-Lingso dives through for 3rd place and makes the move stick, so gets the job done early. So the field makes its way through in towards the final hairpin. There is one driver struggling at the back end of the field, and I've got a feeling that's going to be the 110, Sophus Billy Jakobsen, who got turned around, I think, on the short run from turns 1 to 2. So Gottschalk has potentially an incoming penalty, but I'll wait until that has just been confirmed very shortly. That might put him out of contention for the race lead, but here goes August Likkeborg-Lingso through, and a bit of sidewall contact and rubbing between the pair. And Leander Epson is currently up to P4. Then, well, it looks like, who is 5th at the moment? I think that might be Adrian Olsen. Tim Hansler is currently up to P6 in the 114 Kraft Motorsport entry. And it is Sophus Billy Jakobsen who is down in last position. A real shame for the 110 for RS competition. So once again, we head down the start-finish straight. It is a really, really decisive battle here for the race lead. So 1-4-4, Mikkel Gottschalk has dropped down to third position as Jonathan Falcon Ottersen. Mikkel Gottschalk, 5-second time penalty, wrong starting position, and that puts him out of contention. Here goes Lingzo up the inside, through for the race lead. So nice move there at turn number 4 by the 106 on the 119. So Mikkel Gottschalk will be dropping down right to the back end of the field, as in probably around about 9th position with the way where Nicholas Konradsen is at the moment. At the top 4, very, very close indeed. Looks like Tim Hansler has got through on Adrian Olsen. So just hearing that Sofus Billy Jakobsen is actually driving only with one hand on the wheel after the incident. So it might be the case that, you know, a very brave individual for doing so. But the top 4, well, it's effectively becoming the top 3 because Tim Hansler is closing, well, make that top 5 at the minute. Tim Hansler closing in on the 4 in front. So Tim Hansler, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.879 by the man from Germany. He's done really, really well to have a bit of a disaster in qualifying, but the racing has been very, very important. So August Likebo-Lingzo leads by 0.3 of a second ahead of Jonathan Falcon Ottersen. Obviously, there's still that penalty hanging over the head of Mikkel Gottschalk, which is 5 seconds. And Gottschalk dives up the inside of Ottersen through into turn 3, loses out second, now might lose out third in the process because Leander Ebsen is trying to get through, driving on the Kubica chassis. So we continue onwards on the journey for this mini-max heat number 3. So mechanical black flag, basically based on safety grounds for Sofus Billy Jakobsen, was instructed you need to have both hands on the wheel. So it is a safety protocol concern. That's why the mechanical black flag is effectively taking Sofus Billy Jakobsen out of the race. But still, the battle at the front end of the field carries on very, very significantly. But still, at the front end, they are battling tooth and nail. 5 karts, one of which has effectively been eliminated through a 5-second time penalty for starting in the wrong position, and that was Mikkel Gottschalk, who will be effectively taken out of the battle. So there's going to be 2 laps to go after we complete lap number 6. So still the mechanical black flag has shown for Sofus Billy Jakobsen. And here comes August Likebo-Lingzo with a big rate of speed coming out of turn number 2. Goes wheel to wheel into the entry point at turn 3 with Jonathan Falcon Ottersen right behind. And at this point, this might give the opportunity for Gottschalk to try and get through on the pair of them, but with 10 seconds plus an additional lap to go, there is not enough time for him to try and get away and make up a 5-second advantage. It's never going to happen. Tim Hansler is trying to close in on Leander Ebsen in the 168, and that could be an opportunity for the German to end up possibly P3 by the checkered flag. So next time around, we're on our last lap of the race here for the Minimax division for Heat 3, race number 12 of the meeting. So one more lap to go. Last lap underway. Otterson versus Lingzo into turn one. There's a little bit of a wobble from the 119 who clips the curbing. And that nearly gave Lingzo the opportunity to dive up the inside through into turn two. Here comes Mikkel Gottschalk through into three. And now dived in. Wasn't able to take advantage of the situation. Might try and do the same here at turn four. Same thing happens. Lightning strikes twice at two separate corners for the 144. Hansler now going over the dip, trying to get past Leander Ebsen into the left-hander down at the bottom of the hill. Is he going to make it? Yes, he does. Great move there by Tim Hansler. Just licked the stamp and sent it like Daniel Ricciardo. Got the job done. But more to the point, well, at this moment, August Lingzo has been trying tooth and nail to get through. But Jonathan Falcon Otterson is going to lead us out of the final corner through the chicane for the last time here on lap number 8, and it's going to be the 119. Jonathan Falcon Otterson is going to win heat number 3 by just 0.2 of a second after a great battle. So Jonathan Falcon Otterson picks up 50 points as a result of that. Head of August Lingzo with Tim Hansler taking third position. Obviously, as the post-race 5-second time penalty applied for Mikkel Gottschalk demotes the 144 behind Leander Ebsen, who takes P4 on the road. Adrian Olsen, Thor Pedersen, Lokafid, Niklas Konradsen and Sofus Billy Jakobsen round out the finishers. Obviously, Sofus Billy Jakobsen, there was a little bit of concern, having driven only with one hand after an incident, but nevertheless, Jonathan Falcon Otterson wins Heat 3 in Minimax after a great battle with August Lingzo. And it could have been even better had Mikkel Gottschalk not picked up that 5-second time penalty, which puts him down to 5th behind Leander Ebsen in 4th and Tim Hansler in 3rd position. But that concludes Minimax for this first day out of 2, with Jonathan Falcon Otterson winning the final heat of the day. Time to take you through the starting grid for our final heat. It's race 13 of the meeting, heat 3, Junior Rotax. William Stedup Nielsen and Andreas Gallerup round out the front row of the grid, followed by Finn Albert Jorgensen and Kimi Mai on row number 2. Philip Hansler, Mies Giddy Engström rounds out the third row ahead of Anton Christensen and Christopher Melhus. Anton Alexander Hergaut and Fredrik Gustafsson round out the top 10, followed by Joris Blöcker, and Niklas Bond Peterson on row number 6. Lucas Soderson and Max Oyerklaus round out row 7 itself. Milan Alfred Sandvik and Tim Feldman complete the penultimate row on the grid, and last and starting 17th is the 258 of William Rust Sorensen. So, last time out, well, it's 2 different winners from 2 different heats. William Setup Nielsen beating Finn Albert Jorgensen, the Heat 1 winner, after the former was disqualified post-race 1 by just under 9.5 tenths of a second. Andreas Keller finished P3 ahead of Kimi Mai, with Anton Christensen getting through on Philip Hansler for 5th position in the dying stages of the race. With Malhus, Sorensen, Bond Pedersen, Skippy Engström rounding out the top 10 overall. Oyerklaus was disqualified post-race due to a non-conforming clutch, and Joris Blöcker received a 5-second time penalty post-race for causing a collision. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap to bring the conclusion of Heats Day for Junior Rotax here at Vojens Motorsport Arena for day 1 of the event. And the sun is once again bathing the track with its warmth from up above, from the blue skies. There's a lot more blue sky than there is cloud cover now, which is a good thing to see. Still quite a lot of wind pickup. But the drivers now in their 2x2 side-by-side rolling start formation as we get set and ready for 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action here in the last Junior Rotax Heat. Out of the final corner. Now they will split, head into the tram lines. It's revs up, lights on, and we go racing here for 10 minutes plus an additional lap as they head into turn 1 for the first time. Finn Albert Jorgensen and Kimi Mai managing to get through on Andreas Kellerup, who got hung out to dry through the opening part of turn number 1. So Kellerup drops down into P4 as they head to turn 4 for the first time. And Jorgensen looking to see if he can get through on Stedup Nielsen quite early. Hergout has moved up 2 places. Lucas Sorensen, so has William Rust Sorensen moved up a couple of places in the meantime, as the field makes its way into the final sector of the circuit at the double hairpin section before the right-hander that leads us on to the start-finish straight once again. William Stedup Nielsen trying to do what he can, but looks like there has been a change for P3. Andreas Kellerup through on Kimi Mai. And a little bit further back, looks like Anton Christensen has just got through at the final right-hander on Philip Hansler. So, Stedup Nielsen leads. Hansler trying to go round to the outside at turn 1 to get the undercut here, and he loses the back end ever so slightly. And here comes the 270 of Skippy Engström. Hansler gets through, runs a bit deep through at turn 3. Christensen gets through and retakes the position. So some good hard battling there between those 2 drivers. So Stedup Nielsen leading the way, Jorgensen in P2, Kellerup, Mai, Christensen, Hansler, dive from a little bit further back. I think that must have been Anton Alexander Hergout maybe, or possibly Lucas Sorensen. But the top 4 have started to break away a little bit here. And that just goes to show the pace that the top 4 are showing. Kimi Mai needs to get a little bit of a wriggle on here to try and close in on the top 4. But Finn Albert Jorgensen last time was nearly 4 tenths of a second back as we complete lap number 2. The gap has expanded to half a second. Adjustment on the radiator flat by Philip Hansler, who has got Skippy Engström, one of the One Racing drivers. And there is Anton Christensen running in the old Vic Stevens. Now, Vic Stevens, 2024 Grand Finals champion in Sarno for the Red Devils for Team Belgium. And now he's moved into single-seaters with Formula 4 these days. But you can just see Philip Hansler getting a little bit of air on the left rear wheel whilst trying to chase down Anton Christensen. So he's basically the German meat in a Danish sourdough sandwich at the minute. But the thing is that this is what you see, folks, for those that are watching. And I have to say a big thank you to everyone that has subscribed, because we are getting closer and closer, and I hope we've eclipsed the 100 subscriber barrier. We're bang on with that. So thank you to everybody that has decided to jump in, and a big thank you to everyone that has been in the chat as we still carry on with 6 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap to go here in this fight. And you can look at the gantry off of the P1 Bistro. It is absolutely packed to the rafters, or as you would say in Germany, die Tribüne sind pickepacke voll. That phrase from the enigmatic long-time commentator for the old-school DTM, Heiner Braun, back in the day. Big fan of his work, and I always, back in the 90s, when I first came across the DTM and the ITC, he was one of the big voices in German motorsport commentary. But again, top three really starting to break away. Kimi Mai hasn't got the pace to keep with them. Now, when you think about it, a lot of these drivers that are outside of Denmark that are, oh, right, black and white warning flag now for the 204. So looks like Anton Alexander Hergat has just been keeping I think, like race controller, probably keeping a keen eye on what's happening with him at the moment. But still, Stedup Nielsen leads. Jorgensen, P2. Kellerup is closing in and has just set the fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute, .367. And here goes Kellerup to the inside, turn 4. Through he goes. That's second place for the number 253. Now, the Kellerup brothers, both Matthias and Andreas, have also raced with the team that Finn Albert Jorgensen now runs with, and that's KR Sport. But can Kellerup close in on Stedup Nielsen for the race lead? There's just over half of the race left to go here in Junior Rotax for heat number 3. And so far, well, this will put, I think, Finn Albert Jorgensen on provisional pole position for the super heat tomorrow, because he's had a win, a second, and at the moment he's currently in P2. So that's another 44 points to his credit, and that'll put him on 138 points, because it's 50 for a win, 44 for second, and then 41 for third, 38 for fourth. But then the points are a little bit more significant with regards to the super heats, and depending on how much you get, well, that depends on where you end up in the final tomorrow afternoon. Anton Christensen has has again stayed ahead of Philip Hansler. So with some of these drivers that have come here for the very first time to Vojens Motorsport Arena, it has been a case of you've got to try and make the best of the situation. You know, if it's a new track, you've got to find out what works, what doesn't work. It's kind of trial and error. But still, Anton Christensen starting to pull away. He's got a gap between himself and the 2-1-2 of Germany's Philip Hansler, with Skibby Engstrom right behind the driver from Germany as they come out of the exit of turn 3. And Anton Alexander Hergat, the 204 from Germany, has dropped outside of the top 10, having been passed by Niklas Bahn-Pedersen and Lucas Sorensen. So still just under a third of this race left to go, plus that all-important additional lap. But Kellerup is trying to close the window between himself and William Stedup Nielsen, who leads the way. They come out of the final hairpin into the last right-hander. So 3 minutes to go. We're about to complete lap number 7 of this race. So what's the gap now? 8.5 tenths. And Stedup Nielsen was the quickest out of the trio at the front. Anton Christensen, in the meantime, has been catching slowly but surely Kimi Mai and took over 3/10 out of the German in the 250. First saw Kimi Mai in action back in 2024 for RMC Germany. We've recently held the RMC Open at Procart Raceland in Wackersdorf. So the drivers now again going into the final sector. It's a bit of a roller coaster here at Vojens, even though the right, sounds like we might have just wondering what seems like so it looks like, oh, well, Joris Blöcker looks to be under the scrutiny of our judges of fact out on the circuit. So the driver from Germany having to... so it looks like it's a potential incident that's happened. Oh, Engström on the brake sideways, trying to outbrake Hansler, gets through at turn 1 with a beautiful manoeuvre on the German and then says, right, stop mucking about. Let's go and pick up the pace and chase down those in front, because they've got Anton Christensen and Kimi Mai. Now, this is going to be the emerging battle in the latter stages with just under a minute and a half plus an additional lap to go, and that is mainly for P4. Meantime, there has been a change. Well, Andreas Kellerup has, I think, just lost out second position to Finn Albert Jorgensen, but William Setup Nielsen, that gap looks to be more like about closer to 1.5 seconds rather than the 8.5 tenths it was after the completion of lap number 8. And there's still battles up and down the order. Setup Nielsen will bring us across the line to start the penultimate lap. So lap 9 in the books, 2 more laps to go to see a total distance of 11 laps. So from this perspective, Finn Albert Jorgensen now has made his move, and that will effectively put him at the sharp end of the grid going into tomorrow's superheat in the morning. The time is rapidly ticking down here for this last heat of the day for the junior Rotax division. When you think about it, well, Philip Hansler had a storming drive to P2 in the opening heat. Andreas Kellerup placed P4, and in heat 2 he was 3rd. So now the timer expires. 1.331 kilometres remains for the 237 of William Stedup Nielsen, and this will be on course for his 2nd win of the weekend so far. Jorgensen and Kellerup still very much battling away for that 2nd spot. So 5-second time penalty. Oh, 2:03. Lucas Sorensen gets hit with a slam dunk penalty. But Stedup Nielsen getting a comfortable gap. People might say, well, it's a bit of a dominant display. No, what we saw with Kian Hay in the Micromax final heat today, that was run away with it, whilst 2nd and 3rd were battling, even though 2nd had a 5-second post-race penalty. But nevertheless, this is going to put Stedup Nielsen into contention, and when you have to factor in the 3 drivers that really are going to be the ones to be talking about tomorrow are the top 3 at the moment. William Stedup Nielsen leads us into the final corner for one last time here on lap number 11, powers out of the final turn, and will go across the line as the race winner for heat number 3. Finn Albert Jorgensen 2nd, Andreas Kellerup P3. Kimi Mai, is he going to hold on? It was 3 wide across the line. Kimi Mai steals it by 11 thousandths of a second ahead of Anton Christensen and Miskibi Engström. That was a beautiful thing to see. All of them decide, right, let's go hammer down and go for it, and everyone went 3 wide. It was a bit like the Freedom 100 a few years ago back at Indianapolis, where they had 4 wide coming into the tri-oval. Nevertheless, great finish to the race with William Stedup Nielsen declared as your provisional race winner after 15.4 kilometres here in Heat 3. He finishes 1.45 seconds ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen, with Andreas Kellerup rounding out the top 3. Kimi Mai, Anton Christensen and Miskibi Engström rounding out your top 6. And those 3 were covered by 9/100ths of a second at the end of 11 laps. Philip Hansler, Christopher Melhus, Niklas Bahn Pedersen rounding out your top 9. Millian Avred Sandvik from Norway rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Fredrik Gustafsson. Lucas Sorensen on the road finished in P12 ahead of William Rose Sorensen. Tim Feldman 14th ahead of Anton Alexander Hergart, with Joris Blöcker rounding out the 16 finishers. Max Öjerklaus unfortunately retiring on lap 9. So all 30 senior Rotax drivers head out onto the circuit for their last heat of the day. It's race 14 of the meeting. Heat number 3, senior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. Senior Ornbol and Christian Sejersen will be on the front row of the grid, ahead of Matthias Kallerup and Oscar Lundhus Christensen. Rounding out row 2, Tino Sidler and Patrick Rasmussen round out row 3 ahead of Lotus Tween and Benjamin Demant. Benjamin's brother Frederick will be on the inside of row 5, joined by the 390 of Vilads Lindenskov. Nico Christensen and William Hansen round out row 6 ahead of Simon Anderson, Philip Linder. Josephine Wunderov, Elias Heufeld, Kian Albrechtsen, Malik Arsland, Anton Hansen and Thor Fransson rounding out the top 20. Completing the 30-strong grid are Rasmus Fenner, Hjalte Riskard, Anders Borg, Kasper Lill, Matteo Sudjal, Sarah Louise Bay, Malachias Mortensen, Alfie Litter, Anton Skogan and Julie Nielsen rounding out the field. Now, big development after the Heat 2, Patrick Rasmussen, who did win on the road, he was disqualified for a technical non-compliance due to a non-compliant carburettor. So that gives him 2 points. Several drivers getting time penalties for front fairings. And that would have been Philip Linder in the 303, Anton Skogan in the 309, 314 Simon Anderson, 315, which will be Benjamin Demant, and then also drivers 322, Sarah Louise Bay, 326, Matteo Sudjal, along with 330, Lotus Tveen, 331, Nico Christensen, and 382, also copying a 5-second time penalty for an out of position front bumper. And that was Thor Fransson from Sweden. Also, 345 got Frederick Demant got a 3-second time penalty for leaving a corridor with 2 wheels. Lotus Tveen got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Along with that, quite a few other drivers, even Senior Ombol got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, as did the 390 of Lindenskov and the 346 of Malik Arsland, who made up quite a lot of places, amongst others. But the drivers now will be heading into the final hairpin. There is one driver that's just coming through the dip as everyone's going through the final hairpin, and if that driver does not catch the train in time, we could be possibly in for another formation lap. So that straggler's got to get a move on and is going through into the first hairpin. Right, let's see if we go lights out. No, another formation lap, so a full start has been called. The amber lights are showing on the lights on the starting gantry, so they're going to go and send them round again. So one driver straggling at the back and was trying to catch the field before we went green, but unfortunately not the case. So Senior Ornball leading the field as they go through out of turn number 4. So once again, the field makes its way through the final hairpin and slows to a crawl before the final right-hander, which then leads us on to the start-finish rate. 10 minutes plus an additional lap for this final heat for Senior Rotax. Race 14 of the meeting, and through we go. It's the second time of asking. Red lights on the gantry. We go. Revs up, lights on. And this time we go green. We are racing down into turn 1. Ornball trying to hold on to the race, leave it to the outside, goes Sayerson, and turned around as Ornball, and onto the grass she goes. So straight away, Sayerson had the intent of going around the outside, and Kellerup has gone through. Lundhus Christensen is there in P3, but Senior Ornball has had a big moment. And considering the fact that she's been fighting at the sharp end of the field, that has been a disaster for the pole sitter, going through out of turn number 1. And carts scattered like skittles, trying to avoid going left and right of the 372 from 1 Racing. And sometimes it just goes to show you can be on pole position and all of a sudden it goes 180 degrees the wrong way, and Ornbold found herself facing in the wrong direction. So after the opening lap is completed, 9 minutes to go, Sejersen leads, Kellerup second, Lundhus Christensen, Tino Sidler and Patrick Rasmussen round out your top 5 at the moment. And where has that moment dropped Sinja Ornbold to? Well, she's crossed the line in 26th position. Also, Thor Fransen, Elias Holfeldt and Philip Linder have also suffered drama as a result of what happened. But Sejersen leading the way. Over the crest they go, down the dip into the left-hander. Now there's going to be a dive to the inside. And that was at the right-hander just after the dip and the left-hander. So at the sharper end of the top 10. So through to complete lap number 2. Sejersen has extended that lead 4/10 exactly on the decimal point. Lundhus Christensen in P3 sets the fastest lap of the race of 59.090, and as you can see, the gantry just off of the main restaurant and hotel area here of Vojens Motorsport Arena is absolutely packed. Sinja Ornbold she's now recovered up to 21st position, so 4 places gained in the last lap. And Philip Linder is currently way back behind everybody else. He's about 29 seconds off of the race leader. So with lap times, that's about half a lap behind race leader Sejersen, who's starting to pull a gap over Matthias Kellerup in second. Oskar Lundhus Christensen rounds out your top 3. Switzerland's Tino Sidler rounds out 4th, ahead of Patrick Rasmussen from first race point, completing your top 5. Lotus Fiend, Benjamin Demand, Frederick Demand, Nico Christensen and Simon Anderson round out your top 10. Dive to the inside, through at turn at the final corner. So there is going to be a change of position, and then it's Malik Arslan through on William Hansen. So the 342. Now ahead of Vilads Lindenskov in the 390 Racing Academy entry. But at this point, still plenty of time left in this race, as now Oskar Lundhus Christensen looking, he's swarming all over the back bumper of Matthias Kellerup in second position and might go for the opportunity. The gap between the top 3 at the moment is just under 0.8 of a second. With 6.25 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. There's a change for position. That'll be for P9. So Simon Anderson, I think, has got through on Nico Christensen, through at the penultimate hairpin. So some great pack battling up and down the order. And here is Oskar Lundhus Christensen versus Matthias Kellerup in the number 353 for the KSP team. And to the inside at turn 3, the 344 runs deep, but manages to cover off Matthias Kellerup. And here comes Tino Sidler with a big rate of speed in the number 310, the man from Switzerland for 54 Squadra Corsa. Good to see the crew here, actually. But it's only a one-kart effort. Of course, everyone's battling for that prestigious ticket to Le Mans, and through to the inside of the right-hander off of the dip. Oh, great move there by Tino Sidler. Maybe a little bit of sidewall rubbing between him and Matthias Kellerup, as now through goes Sidler. Is that him up into second? I think it is, because now Christian Sejersen is running away with it, and Tino Sidler leads the conga line behind in P2. We're going to see another change here. So that is going to be a change of position. So that is Oskar Christensen through on Patrick Rasmussen. So some great battles that we're seeing as we're heading into the final half of this race, the second half of this race. And now oh dearie me. And that is not exactly what the 344 of Oskar Lundhus Christensen wanted to see at that point. So we continue onwards with just over 4 minutes and 20 left on the timer, and still there's a good old battle for 4th position. between Oscar Christensen and Patrick Rasmussen, and Matthias Kellerup trying to chase down Tino Sidler, the man from Switzerland, younger brother of Mario. Both of them multi-time RMC Swiss champions in their own right and have qualified for the team for the grand finals. But oh dear, a little bit of a robust manoeuvre there by the 3-3-1. Well, I'm wondering if that's the, yeah, that is the 3-3-1. So just goes to show how quickly things can change. And that's Nico Christensen, actually. So Matthias Kellerup has, I think, gotten through, possibly on Tino Sidler. But let's just see how, well, no. Tino Sidler is still ahead. But the battle between Patrick Rasmussen, Nico Christensen's first race point teammate, with Oscar Lundhus Christensen, has now meant that the 341 is back in front. But Christian Sejersen is still leading the way. His lead after 6 laps, 2.8 seconds. That gap might still further elongate. And let's see as Tino Sidler crosses the line, stays at about 2.8 seconds. So still, Sidler is not going to give up on this one. He's going to try and do what he can. But then, still some great battles up and down the order as the field makes its way through turn 2. 3-1-4. That is Simon Anderson. He's got Lindenskov to his inside coming out of turn 3, and Lindenskov makes the move in the Racing Academy 390 and completes the move well and truly through at turn 4. Sounds like there's a little bit of drama. Right, we've got a cart off at post 6, and that's actually just off of turn number 3, so someone's gone off the circuit. So that driver is trying to pull the cart on their own, and if the marshals touch it, that's it. You're out of the race, I'm afraid. So the driver will want to get that cart back on the circuit as quickly as humanly possible. If that driver's done it, well, props to them. Meantime, Christian Sejersen is still opening up that lead over Tino Sidler, and it's now gone just north of 2.9 seconds. As more battles really showcasing here. 3-8-0. Kian Albrechtsen closing in on Anton Hansen and looks to have gotten through on the CRG driver. Manages to make the move complete. So still. So Christian Sejersen still continuing to push forward and try and elongate that gap as much as possible. So second and third place not that far apart. Tino Sidler still holding on to second position, but Matthias Kellerup right in the wheel tracks as they head into turn 1 here on lap 10 as we head into the final 60 seconds plus an additional lap as what has been a very highly charged final senior Rotax heat here for race 14 of the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. And the gap is expanding further still. It's 3.2 seconds. And Sidler has just got to grit his teeth a little bit here and hope that Kellerup doesn't give him a lastminute.com surprise in terms of an overtake, whether it's around the outside or on the inside. So very soon, Christian Sejersen, who is going to be probably the best part of nearly 4 seconds up the road through the final corner. He will go very shortly. Julie Nielsen in the number 317 might be caught by the race leader. We've got 2 more laps to go as Sejersen crosses the line to complete lap 10 out of 12, and the lead gap now is 3.2 seconds. And the funny thing is that Matthias Kellerup was the slowest driver. Right, penalty coming. Anton Hansen has just got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, as Sidler holding on. 2 laps to go, after including this one, as the timer has hit 0. So the next time that Christian Sejersen will see the final lap, he will see it first more than any in front of everybody else. And considering the fact that Sejersen did take the win in the second heat of the weekend, but in terms of the first heat, It was Matthias Kellerup. So at this point, Christian Sejersen is on course to take pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow with 144 points. Okay, 331 has just got a time penalty, 5 seconds. And that is going to be Nico Christensen. Meantime, there is a battle between Oscar Christensen and Benjamin Demant. Benjamin running under the SLR colours. As a cheeky little switchback attempt by Oscar Christensen in the 344. Tino Sidler still hanging on for second position. Keller up to the inside. He gets through. Can there be the switchback from the man from Switzerland? No, unfortunately not, because Patrick Rasmussen is now going to be on the other side of the equation. He's not that far behind them. We are on the final lap, so it's going to be one last push. Christian Sejersen is going to pick up the victory here in Heat 3, as now it's going to be a three-kart adventure into the unknown as they will come out of the final corner. Sejersen wins, puts himself provisionally on the Super Heat pole position for tomorrow. Who's going to take P2? Matthias Kellerup ahead of Tino Sidler. Patrick Rasmussen rounding out your top four, missing out of the top three by 66 thousandths of a second. Benjamin Demant takes P5, and then Oscar Lundhus Christensen, who rounds out your top six. And we've got Fredrik Demant, Lotus Tveen, able to finish, I think this is her highest result of the day so far, possibly P8, ahead of Vilads Lindenskov, with Malik Arslan rounding out the top 10. Nico Christensen demoted down to, looks like, 11th place at the end of this, ahead of Simon Anderson in the 314. Kian Albrechtsen, William Hansen, and Josephine Wunderhoff round out your top 15. Sinja Ornbol, drama at turn 1, recovers to finish 16th at the end of that adventure. Rasmus Fenner, Anders Bock, Kasper Lill, Elias Holfeld, and round out your top 20. Anton Hansen, Hjaldi Riskard, Alfie Litter, Anton Skogen, Malakias Mortensen, and Thor Fransen ran out the top 26. Bringing up the rear of the field, Sarah Louise Bay, Matteo Sudjal, Philip Linder, and Julie Nielsen, completing the finishing order with everyone making it to the checkered. So, time for our 15th and final race of day one of the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. We now concentrate on DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, it's been William Norbake stealing the show from everybody else. He's already taken 2 wins so far this weekend. He lines up on pole position alongside RS competition teammate Fredrik Juhl Sorensen. Fredrik Kickenborg and Camilla Klaus Larsen round out the top 2 rows, ahead of Julie Fries and Rebecca Roos Jensen, who complete the top 3 rows, thereby completing your grid for the DD2 contingent with Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen in the 5:43 and the 5:32, rounding out your starting grid. No penalties issued in Heat 2, so some very good racing. Julie Fries made up 2 places to finish P3 ahead of Fredrik Kickenborg, who at one point managed to get through for 2nd position ahead of Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, but the 4:07 from RS competition would get his head down and then repass the CRG driver in the latter state, in the earlier stages of the race, to be able to get an opportunity to push forward. So, with the drivers now on their official formation lap, once the last competitor has crossed the line, the red lights do ignite on the starting gantry. So, can William Norbeek make it 3 for 3? Morten Jensen, well, out of the 2 DD2 Masters drivers, has been the one that has been keeping pace with the remainder of the DD2 field. I've seen it before where, because of the ages now that are put in place for DD2 Masters, you see some younger DD2 Masters now coming in, like Jim Ringelberg, Nicolas Picot, and a few others, Zendarua being another one of them, through the drivers that have competed in the grand finals before. So for the final time here today for day 1 out of 2, we get set and ready for our final race, which will decide the Super Heat lineup for tomorrow. The timetable has actually been amended, so we are going to be starting slightly earlier on the live stream tomorrow, at about 10:10 tomorrow morning. But it is an all RS competition front row. Norbeek versus Juhl Sorensen. So let's see how things go. The drivers are crawling their way to the tram lines. The red lights are on the gantry for the final time here on the 4th of April. And now as we go lights out for the final time, they head down into turn 1. Kickenborg again from the inside of the 2nd row manages to get a good launch and puts it up to P2 already, with Juhl Sorensen having to hold back a little bit and just make sure he doesn't get himself caught up in any unwanted incidents. However, through out of turn 4 go our entire field of 8 drivers over the crest, down the dip, into the left-hander before a very, very hard braking zone for the right-hander coming up. So just a little bit of a train at the moment as everyone makes their way through into the penultimate hairpin. Norbeek is trying to see if he can break away from Fredrik Kickenborg in the 437 CRG as we come out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. Norbeek leads, Kickenborg 2nd, Juhl Sorensen trying to get into the slipstream, not close enough to mount an attack into turn 1, but still there's plenty of time left in this race for the 407 to try and get a move done at some point. If he can get the over-under through at turn 3, there's an opportunity there for him as well. So the drivers once again through here on lap 2. Still very steady in terms of a line, well, very much in terms of a train at the moment, but Norbeek starting to pull away from Kickenborg in the number 437, who has got Juhl Sorensen right on his rear bumper out of the penultimate hairpin. Sorensen to the inside, dives through on Kickenborg and gets through for P2 with a late lunge, but it was clean and it was precise. Kickenborg's going to be in the slipstream and might be able to return the favour down into turn 1 as we start lap number 3 of the race. Norbeek leads, and his lead was 4 tenths. It's nearly 8 tenths now as Kickenborg right on the wheel tracks as here goes Camilla Klaus Larsen on Julie Fries for P4. So a nice move by the 408 through the inside at turn number 1. Both drivers gave each other enough racing room and racing respect thereof. Hopefully, Rebecca Rose-Jensen is going to be able to catch them up if they continue to start battling away. But Norbeek still continuing to look to expand that lead here on lap number 3. And considering the job that he's done so far to win 2 out of 2, it's not a bad shout, really, on how quickly he can get that gap extended. But Kickenborg trying to put Fredrik Juul Sorensen under pressure for second position, and if they keep on battling away, Norbeek's only just going to check out further and further and extend that gap. 3 minutes down, 7 to go. Lap 3 completed. Norbeek 1.1 seconds ahead of Juul Sorensen. Lars Larsen and Fries battling away over P4 at the minute. As Kickenborg right on the rear of Fredrik Juul Sorensen coming out of turn number 3. But looks like Juul Sorensen had a bit of a better traction pull out of the exit of turn number 3, able to get the power down a little bit earlier and the rear tyres gripping up. So the Mojo D5s doing their job on the back of the 407 Birolot. But Norbeek just, as we've seen, once he's in the zone, well, no one's going to stop him, and at this rate he's not being stopped by anybody because he's getting away into the distance. These laps are going to quickly fly by. So still, while the gap was 1.1, it still is 1.1 seconds after lap 4. So Fredrik Juul Sorensen has managed to pull a little bit of a gap between himself and Fredrik Kickenborg to the tune of about 4/10 and a bit. So hopefully that might give him enough of a window of opportunity, as long as he doesn't have an unforced error of any kind, doesn't make a mistake under braking, turning in, throttle down, and keep the 437 CRG at bay. Down over the dip, through into the next right-hander. As we're coming up to half-time in this race, and William Norbeek leading the way, trying to extend that gap, but can Fredrik Juul Sorensen have the pace underneath him in the 407 to close in on his RS competition teammate? So lap 5 now to be completed. Norbeek across the line, lead gap now, still 1.1 seconds like it has been now over 3 laps. So Juul Sorensen pretty much matching Norbeek on lap time. 57.878 for William Norbeek, 57.874 for the man in second position. And in the meantime, the battle for 4th has gone more in the favour of Camilla Kaus Larsen as Rebecca Rose-Jensen closing in on Julie Fries for P5. And Rose-Jensen put in a 58.2, Fraser 58.7, and Rebecca Rose-Jensen was actually quicker than Camilla Kaus Larsen on that particular occasion. Not by much, by about 17 thousandths of a second, but a personal best for the 473. So the gap still stays at 1.1 as it's nearly wheel to wheel, side by side between the two One Racing drivers. Rebecca Rose-Jensen trying to get her elbows out at the moment to get past on Julie Fries, and she has got the move done. The 473 has already retaken the position back. So it becomes a bit of a slipstream game, especially coming out of the final right-hander and going down the start-finish straight here at Vojens. It's quite a long straightaway, so they're pulling quite a lot of speed, probably about the best part of over 130 plus kph going down into turn number 1. You've got to really, you've got to be very careful, especially when you're in a DD2 kart, and because you've got the, not just the fact you've got to more than likely, depending on how much momentum you've built, whether you decide is it worth the risk of going and shifting down from second to first, and how hard do you need to hit the brakes is the other big question. Coming up to 3 minutes to go, and Fredrik Juul Sorensen, new fastest lap of the race, 57.764, and he took over a 10th and a half out of William Norbeek, so that gap is coming down. Maybe the race might start to come its way towards the 407. As Julie Fries seems to have a little bit of a struggle at the moment. She's lost out again to Rebecca Ruse-Jensen in the 473. And Ruse-Jensen is away and clear to the tune of just over 7/10 of a second. The last lap, 58.809 for Rebecca Ruse-Jensen. For Julie Fries, a 59.463. So a big chunk of time lost by the 438, who finished P3 last time out in Heat 2. Norbeek now has responded and has just posted his fastest lap of the race, exactly 1/1000th quicker than Fredrik Jules Sorensen on the previous lap. And the gap is now up to nearly 1.2 seconds. So Norbeek doing exactly what he needs to do. So this, and I think probably another 3 laps to go before we end up calling time on today's racing action here at Vojens Motorsport Arena for day 1 out of 2 for the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. But Norbeek just absolutely calm and cool and collected in that 418. So he now makes his way to the final hairpin. So we'll be coming up to 3 laps to go. Lap 9 out of a scheduled 12 laps here at Vojens at the 1,331 metre circuit. And Norbeek has slightly extended the gap. A new fastest lap by the 418, a 57.758, bettering his previous lap time by 5/1000ths of a second. And Fredrik Jules Sorensen, the only thing he can do is consolidate a second place finish. As we're under 60 seconds plus an additional lap to go. Kickenborg hopefully looking to strike back in the Superheat and the final tomorrow. But it will be the case of, is it easier said than done? What is Norbeek going to do? I mean, is he going to leave the kart as it is? Is there a potential weather front coming in tomorrow? There are so many different variables that you can't really count out in any way, shape or form. As William Norbeek comes through the final corner. So, penultimate lap is now underway as Norbeek crosses the line. Lap 11 out of 12 with 18 seconds on the timer. He leads Fredrik Jules Sorensen by 1.3 seconds. Then a further 1.4 back is Fredrik Kickenborg there in the 437 CRG. As Camilla Karlslarsen is about 3 seconds adrift in P4. Rebecca Ruse-Jensen further maybe 2.8 seconds back in P5. And Julie Fries just, I think, just wants to get the kart to the end of the race. Morten Jensen looks to hopefully be at the sharp end with regards to the DD2 Masters, even though there are 2 drivers competing in the class, but he will be more than likely on the front of that particular grid. But last lap of not just heat race number 15, heat number 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's the final lap coming up now for day 1 out of 2. And William Norbeek leads by just under 1.3 seconds ahead of Fredrik Jules Sorensen. Fredrik Kickenborg rounds out the top 3, 3.3 seconds off of the race leader, with Camilla Karlslarsen and Rebecca Ruse-Jensen running out the top 5. Julie Fries running out 6, ahead of Morten Jensen, who will be crossing the line shortly. And Jan Pedersen, who will complete our runners and riders. All 8 drivers very much set to complete 12 laps of racing, but William Norbeek has been the star of the show in this class. And over the 2 divisions as Jan Pedersen crosses the line 31 seconds behind the race leader. Only a couple more corners to go through the penultimate hairpin for the final time here on lap 12. And William Norbeek has done exactly what he needed to do. Start from the front and lead the field around the circuit. Through the final corner, Norbeek does the clean sweep here in Heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. He wins the final race of the day. And more to the point, well, he didn't take fastest lap because Fredrik Jules Sorensen pipped him by 3/1000ths on the last lap of the race, 57.691. Fredrik Kickenborg in the number 437 CRG takes P3 ahead of Camilla Karlslarsen in the 408. Rebecca Ruse-Jensen takes P5 ahead of Julie Fries, who rounds out your top 6. Morten Jensen just crosses the line and wins in DD2 Masters. And last, but by certainly no means least, Jan Pedersen comes across the line to finish in 8th overall, 2nd in the Masters division. So a great, strong display by William Norbeek, your provisional race winner here for the DD2 and DD2 Masters classification after 12 laps of racing. Jules Sorensen, Kickenborg, Klaus Larsen, Russ Jensen and Fries round out your top 6, and that is the 6 drivers in the DD2 classification, with Morten Jensen finishing ahead of Jan Pedersen in the DD2 Masters classification. Well, that concludes the opening day of the inaugural running of the Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. 15 races in the books and another 10 to go, because tomorrow morning at about 10 past 10 we'll be live on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel for our super heats, and then after the lunch break we'll be going into the finals, where we will declare who will be our Viking champions tomorrow afternoon and book their place to the Le Mans circuit for the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy for 2026. A big thank you to everyone watching live on the Vojens Motorsport Arena, and we will see you tomorrow morning.